You guys have to understand that the key in life is scheduling yourself to make sure that whatever you're doing is pronouncing yourself better. Because if you're not understanding what your schedule is every single day, you will be one of those people who falls into the 9 to 5 job. So what I need you today to do every single day is to go and plan out your time management skills. Because if you're not reading time management skills and confidence building and also public speaking abilities and how to gain that every single day, you'll never ever fly the jet, you'll never ever be a billionaire, and you'll never ever have a rich mindset. So understand that every single day. And also just make sure that no matter what, you're just updating yourself every day with the news and headlines of the world, because that way you can stay ahead of politics and what they're doing. And that way you understand that most of the world is governing you, probably, and that way you have to understand to overcome all of that and yourself. And that way you will overcome the ego. You see, guys, the main key of life is making sure that you're confident inside of yourself to go and do a street performance. Because you have to understand that with a street performance, you can be standing still in front of a crowd and you can do anything. You can play your nice, beautiful audio that you just did earlier, and you can just stay there and promote your Instagram or social media. And that's just one way. Or you can DJ on the street, such as I. I do this already. I do public speaking on the street. I do also DJing on the street. I do comedy and stand-up comedy on the street. I do singing on the street too. I do acting on the street with comedy. You have to understand that I can do this, although you can do it with anything. You can do it with art and painting. You can paint pictures of people on the street and you can promote yourself if you love to do that. Although you have to understand that you can also do combat on the street and do some entertaining work or something like that. And that's called entrepreneurship work. So understand that if you're doing more entrepreneurship work today, you're going to be something much greater than those people who have government work and non-government work with non-entrepreneurship work. So there are 3 sectors in life. You have to understand that it's really government work, and then you have non-government work, which is also non-entrepreneurship work, and then you have also entrepreneurship work. Right, those are the 3 categories. And now you have to go and label all the jobs out there between these 3. And now I have a nice beautiful PDF file that you can find in my journal in the 1st of November 2020 inside of my nice beautiful Mega Drive. And it's so beautiful because I can date it for you too. And I can actually reference what date you can go and find those notes that I made. So it's really beautiful that no matter what time you're watching this in, you can just go into my Mega Drive now and you can go to the 1st of November 2020 and you'll find those notes and I'll give you the ideas. And it's a beautiful referencing point that you can also do every single day, which is you go and write out your journal every single day and keep doing it every single day and just date it, and then you can do what I just did. So that's what I do every single day. I just make sure that no matter what, that I'm always kind and courageous. I make sure to always find an ability where I can save time. So for example, now since I'm doing my street performance, I saved a lot of time because I'm always saving time more. I'm always more than I am. And that way I understand that I'm always free to live my life in the best of my abilities. So when you're saving something, you never say that you saved money. You say that you're saving money, because you have to understand it's really about present tense. And if you say you saved money, I mean, how much did you save? I mean, you have to understand you're talking about present tense, although you never talk about present tense in terms of past tense. You talk about this moment in present tense. So what I mean is, you never say you saved something. I realize that's past tense. So you don't talk past tense in life. You only talk present tense. You say you're saving this much money. You're saving this much time now. Because when you save 2 hours, I'm saving 2 hours, I've already saved 2 hours right now. Because even though you saved 2 hours before, I mean, it doesn't mean that you saved them now though. I realize if you say that you saved 3 hours, you may have saved 3 hours. Although you're not saving it now. I promise you now, I will do the same thing, although in a different manner, and I'll say, I'm saving 2 hours. Although before I saved 10 hours. You have to understand, although, that it's more that you say that I'm saving and not I save. Because there's no such thing as I saved. You understand? I'm saving now. I'm saving time now by talking with you and understanding that I can sit here at my nice beautiful fireplace and on my computer chair and I can make a nice beautiful video with grid lines in the middle of my video to make sure that no matter what, I have a nice, beautiful, courageous video going, and upload my videos via a 720 HD format 3 times a day, which is 3 hours a day of video content. And now that is what you can do every single day. Although it's up to you, I realize it's up to you, and it's your choice every single day about what you're going to do. Although if your habits are not better than mine, you've got some problems. I realize that I can always pin you down in a way that I can lift you up. Although you must challenge I so much, otherwise you're left speechless. And why is that? Because you have no habits. I promise you, if I have better habits, I realize if I have better habits than you, I realize I have a better life. I have more success. I have everything much more than you. So I am much more willing to leave you speechless than you leave me speechless. Because it's about I realize it's about I. So the whole point is to grow every single day to make sure that nobody else can make you speechless. Because when they make you speechless, you're inspired by them. I promise you now, the less people I get inspired by in life, I realize the more Jesus inspires I. I realize Jesus inspires I the most. Although when I look at the next person, I have to understand that they are not inspiring at all. You have to understand that. Because if you find them inspiring, I realize that you look up to them. I realize that the whole point of life is to make other people look up to you only. You understand? So make that point of view every single day in your life to come true, every single day. So you understand that there's only one individual in the planet who can actually inspire you, always. And it's called Jesus. I mean, Jesus was raised 3 days. I mean, Jesus was risen 3 days after his death. I mean, that's already inspiring. And that can inspire me for a lifetime. I mean, Jesus walked on water. I mean, Jesus said to his disciples that he's going to get killed. And he did. Because that's inspiring. I mean, forever. And also, I mean, Jesus never fought back when he was killed. I realized he was pinned down, and I realized he was always kind, and he never, ever caused violence. I realized that's inspiring too. I realized that is somebody who can always inspire I. You understand? Although, I realize most people on the planet will never inspire me. You understand? So, what do? I make sure to go and attack their habits. I attack their habits in a way that no matter what I do daily, I make sure that their habits is going to improve. So what I do is, to be a smart ass, is I go right for your habits. I say, you're a smoker. I mean, get me somebody else, please. You understand? Because that's how it feels. Well, that's how it is. Because the guy's a smoker or the woman's a smoker. And I say, I mean, she's a smoker. You have to understand. I need somebody else in life. You get it? Because that's a smart ass that will say that. Because she is a smoker. I mean, don't deny it. I mean, why do I need somebody else? Because I'll never go for a smoker in life. I'll never give them money because they're already going to give it to cigarettes. You get it? So be a smart ass like that. I realize if you're gambling, I realize this guy's gambling. I realize I have to go around richer people because this guy's broke. I mean, the guy's gambling on horses. I mean, the guy has no time schedule. You understand? Because how do you find gambling on horses very smart? I mean, what are you trying to do? I mean, why are you trying to win money? I mean, I see people who play pokies. I mean, if I understand you and I speak to you on the street and you say you play pokies, I mean, that's your problem. You understand? So I realize that in that situation, if I found a leader who does that, for example, I'd go up to him and I'd say, you play the pokies. You find yourself big because you play the pokies. I never play the pokies. You understand? I already toppled him and his habits right there. And that means that I embarrassed him. Otherwise, I can go in front of the world. I say, otherwise, this guy has $1 billion and he's playing the pokies, the idiot. You get it? I mean, the pokies, the guy's gambling the pokies. I can pin him down like that. Whereas now, I'm not trying to embarrass him. I'm not embarrassing anybody. I realize I'm giving the truth. I see what is. I see the guy's actually playing the pokies and he's a billionaire. I mean, what a joke, I tell the crowd. You guys have to understand that he's playing the pokies, the joke. I mean, the guy's a joke. I mean, the guy's selling you wine for God's sake. I mean, he's selling a kid wine. I mean, why do you find him inspirational? You get it? I mean, why would you sell wine to your kids? I mean, the guy's a stupid idiot. You understand? Because that's what a smartass would say. Otherwise, Dwayne The Rock Johnson, when the guy's selling your kids tequila, when the guy's teaching your kids how to make tequila, otherwise he's got big muscles too. You understand? Otherwise, no matter what, otherwise that's what he is. You understand? You have to find something greater. I mean, that guy's a drug addict. I mean, look at me. I'm sober in life. I don't have to do drugs. I already put him down. I mean, what's he going to say? I mean, what is she going to say? I mean, why would I be with an Irish junkie for? I mean, I say in front of her face and in front of people. I mean, why would I be with this lady who's an Irish junkie? I mean, why? You understand? I can say it like that. I mean, that's what a smartass says, because a smartass will look into the habits. And I realize if you're not doing that in terms of what they're doing, you can pin them down. I see, for example, I realize that it's much better to do so. You have to understand. I realize it's really that you never put yourself down. You never put yourself down. Although, if somebody has worse habits than you, you pin them down in a way that you lift them up. You have to understand that you're not pinning them down. You're just attacking their habits. I'll attack your habits. And I'll find one aspect of life where I'm better at, and I'll pin you down in that aspect. I'll make sure that you understand that when you try to pin me down about anything, you will never be able to. I'm already better than you in that. Understand? I'm already better than you. And then what happens is, you keep trying to attack my habits, I attack your habits. You attack my habits, I attack your habits. And then eventually somebody becomes speechless. Whereas who becomes speechless is the one who is more inspired by the other. I never need you to be speechless. You understand? Whereas if you leave me speechless, I realize you are more inspiring. I realize if I leave you speechless, you have to understand, I'm more inspiring. You understand? I realize if you leave I speechless, you are more inspiring. And you should understand that the whole point here is, today, one guy challenged me 3 times. I said that he has shit aspects of views with doing a kick in music production. I said that. I realized he learned from it really quickly because I got him there. You have to understand also, I realized he shit himself. You understand? And then he fought back. I fought back. You understand? I fought back as well. I realized he sent me a photo of myself doing this. I realized he'd done it back to me. I realized he's calling me, I realized he's a smart ass there. I realized I said to him in that photo of me doing this, because he sent it right to me, I realized that photo that you just sent me is directed at you, mate. You get it? So I pinned him down that way, and I said, another comment, I said that I never take photos such as this in terms of, I never take photos, I just invest in photos. Although I said, I must understand that you understand that I'll never have a photo of you in my phone, because you masturbate to my photos, because you have my photos in your phone, because you have to send it to me. You understand? I realized I pinned him down that way. I pinned him down. I realized because that's what his habit is. I realized his habit is to go on my Instagram, to do a screenshot, to have a photo of I in his phone. So I said that he masturbates to my phone in terms of my photos in his phone. And that way, he fought back. I realized he fought back, and he said, it was your Instagram. I realized he said it was your Instagram. I realized that he's saying that he took the photo from my Instagram to send it to me. You have to say this. I realized that no matter what, from that point, I said, you cannot even fathom my Instagram because you've never done it. I mean, I have 10,000 photos on my Instagram, and he's got no photos on his Instagram. I've got 10,000 photos of I on my Instagram, and he has no photos of himself on Instagram. So you have to understand that it's more, I said, you cannot even fathom, you cannot even imagine how it feels, I said, about my Instagram and how it feels to have my Instagram, because you've never done it. I left him speechless. I realize that now. I realize that when you leave people speechless, you have to understand that they are going to be inspired by you to go and do that. I realize they're going to be inspired. I realize in this case, I realize that guy's going to be inspired, or anybody is going to be inspired in that moment with that question and that nice, beautiful statement that I did in terms of what I do, is they are inspired by I because I said that. And now, because of that, I realize they're going to go and do it. I realize that since he did fight back 3 times, I realize he learned something. I realize he learned never to say or criticize I about my kicks anymore, because he shit himself. And you have to understand that. I realize that when somebody fights back, I realize that you may pin me down, or else you may attack me about any aspect of life inside my habits. And now that's called a controversial act. And that's what leadership is. And now leadership is called, I realize I'll go into your habits and I'll find one habit and I'll fuck you up. I'll fuck you up and I'll say why your fucking habit is so fucking shit that I'm better than you. You understand? You have to understand that. I realize that's what smart ass nature is. I'll go into your dad's habits and everything and your family's habits and I'll say why they are fucking so shit with their habits here. You understand? Or that's because I have a better habit than them. You may get offended. Or else if you get offended, I realize it's because I'm more successful. And let's just put it that way. You have to understand that I'll go into your habits. I'll go to anybody's habits. I'll say why they are fucking so shit in this. Or else I already fucking have them on the spot because I'm a smart ass. You get it? You go into my family and my history and all my family and find out their habits and fucking attack them with the habits, and also I will also come up with a comeback and I'll say how your fucking family has this. You understand? Because that's what leadership is. You'll find something flawed about I'll find something flawed about you. And then what we're going to do is that we're going to elaborate with each other to make ourselves more aware about our fucking habits. I realize since I have better habits in the world right now, I realize that you must try to find one habit that you are better than me at. I realize you must try to find one habit that you are better right now than me at. I promise you that no matter what, you never will be. You never will be better than me in any habit. I realize I'm lifelong learning. I promise you that what you say, I will fucking overtake you. You understand? And then I fucking come to you and I say, who is much better now? You understand? You have to understand that no matter what, I realize the whole point is life is long. I realize life is lifelong. So you have to understand that smart ass nature I'm teaching here. I realize that I can pin anybody down in a way to lift them up. I realize I don't kick them down. You have to understand. I make them irritated. I make them angry. I make them resent me. I make them jealous because their habits are fucking shit. You understand? I realize that when they look at I though, I realize that they don't find the same aspect. I realize that when I say you're a fucking smoker, get away from me. You understand? That's a smart ass, because guess what? I don't need to be around smokers in life because they kill my air. You get it? Otherwise, they get offended by that because they love to smoke. Otherwise, you fucking go smoke elsewhere. You understand? I just leave. Otherwise, I leave them resented. Otherwise, I leave them resenting. I'm never resenting. I'm never resenting. I'm always now. Although they are resenting I because I said that. And now I push the buttons. I push the buttons to quit cigarettes. I criticize them about their habits. And now that's what you have to do. You have to look at people and you have to criticize them right away about their habits. I realize that when you look at women or men, you say, your fucking habits are shit here. You're not even a fucking public speaker. How do you expect to be with me? That's game. That's a player. A woman can do that and a man can do that. How the fuck can you handle me when you don't have $1 million? I mean, you get it? I mean, what is that other person going to say in terms of divinity? I mean, if you don't have $1 million and she's asking for $1 million to get with her, I mean, you're fucked. You have to then understand to pin her down. You have to stand to show her some skills about what you do have. You have to show him some skills. Honestly, if he says, you don't even fucking have $1 million, I mean, why would I get with you? I mean, what is she going to say? I mean, she may be like, ooh. I mean, get away from me. You're ugly. You get it? I'm not ugly. You understand? Although, guess what? Actually, that's what a smart ass says. Actually, now a smart ass backs it up with reason and says, your habit's fucking shit here. Your habit's fucking shit, so I'm better than you, and that's why I never have to be around you. I promise you that fucking shit people will go into a person's house and say, your habits are fucking shit, and that's why I love you. I mean, how the fuck does that work? I mean, shit people love shit habits, so they go around shit people for shit habits. You get it? I mean, better people and rich people go with richer habits and better people. You get it? I mean, that's a simple, I realize that's the simplest way I can say. Although, guess what? I realize worse than yesterday people are negative people, and they go with negative people. And worse than yesterday, I realize negative people and worse than yesterday people go with negative people and worse than yesterday people. And better than yesterday people go with better than yesterday people who are positive, because that's positive. Understand? So that's a smart ass who understands the both aspects. So the yin and yang is just there. So understand that. I mean, understand what yin and yang is. I mean, go to the synonym words and find the antonyms. And then read every single word from the synonyms together and connect it together. And also the antonyms. And start connecting the antonyms with the synonyms together. And start making yourself smart again. Even better. You're already smart. You're a smart individual already. You just have to understand how you can never get over me. I promise you now, I went today to a woman and I said, did you go to Hogwarts today? I mean, Hogwarts is an ugly place to be. I mean, Hogwarts. I mean, why would you go there? I mean, Hogwarts. I mean, I was making it out to be that she's ugly. I realized she gave me a question mark. I'm testing her. I'm not calling her ugly. I realized it's a question. I realized, did you go to Hogwarts today? Because I'm interested in Hogwarts. I love Hogwarts. Understand? Although it sounds like an ugly question. I mean, Hogwarts. I mean, a beautiful woman. I realized a beautiful woman. I asked her, did you go to Hogwarts? I realized it's a nice, beautiful maneuver to ask her in a way to see a reaction of what she'll say. I mean, if she said no, I mean, she's ugly. I mean, let's just put it like that. I mean, if she said no, I mean, I realize it's not a stupid question. You understand? I realize she gave me a question mark. I realize she's smart. I realize she's smarter than that. I realize she's attractive then. I realize she's attractive because she questioned me back. And now, when you question people back, automatically you become more attractive. So make sure that no matter what, that when somebody writes you a question mark, you question mark them back because you'll always be more attractive. I tend to understand that what I do when somebody comments on my page, I go and look at them. I go and look at their Instagram. I go and look at their social media. I go and look at who they are. I realize that if I do not like their habits, I don't reply. I don't even send the question mark because you don't have to reply to the person and you'll be much more attractive anyway. I realize that if you answer their questions, you're the ugly one. Whereas I'm not ugly. Although if you answer their questions, you'll be ugly. Understand? I'm never ugly and I'll never be ugly. Although you have to understand, it's really how it goes. And now you have to understand that I tested her again. I said, you don't do public speaking though. I realized that here I'm saying, I'll get with you. I'll get with you if you do public speaking. I said to her like this in a statement, you don't do public speaking though. I realized it's a question, although it's a statement also. I realize it's a question and statement. And it's like, I realize I understand, although you can understand that. You can understand that when I write to a woman or anybody and I say, you don't do public speaking though. You don't go this place though. I mean, you don't go here though. I mean, you don't do the beach though. I mean, you don't like me though. I mean, you don't kiss me though. You don't love me though. You don't have sex with me though. You don't even touch me. You don't even touch me in life. You don't even give me a hug. You don't even kiss me. You don't even compliment me anymore. I mean, that's what I was saying in terms of that woman, although that's what I'm saying now in a better way. You have to understand? I realized that is what I said to her. And now guess what? I realized she said no. I realized she's ugly already. I'm a public speaker. I mean, she doesn't even add up to the equation for me to get with her. I mean, she's not smart for me. I'd rather a woman who has a public speaking ability. You understand? Whereas that since she doesn't do public speaking in life, I mean, that woman's going to do nothing in life. I mean, I don't need that kind of value in my life. I realized that I never replied. I never replied to this woman because when you reply to no, where she may be ugly or the other person may be ugly like that, where they don't do public speaking or they don't do self-improvement or they don't do something that you love, you don't reply anymore. Because why would you reply when they don't do what you do? I mean, like attracts like. You have to understand. I mean, if I say you don't do leadership and you say no, I mean, you're fucking ugly. You understand? And that's what that woman is. You get it? I'll never name a name for now. Although, you have to understand, it's really, I understand privacy. And guess what? I'm not afraid. And it's really that smart to do so. You have to understand, it's really just do you. And guess what? I realize that it's just that kind of question. You don't do leadership though. Bro, if you say no to that, you're ugly. I'm not ugly though. Bro, now, she doesn't do public speaking. I do public speaking. I said, you're ugly. You get it? I mean, you're ugly. And guess what? I said nothing to her. Although, I said something in my silence. I said something. I never even said nothing. I didn't reply. I mean, that's a something. I mean, that's an answer. And that means that what she's going to do now is, no matter what happens, I promise you that she'll be messaging me when she starts public speaking. You get me? Because otherwise, she doesn't even add up to the equation to get with me. I promise you that's called a high value. I promise you, as soon as she feels the courage to even contact me again, or even talk to me in life, I promise you, she'll be the one to contact I, and it could be in 20 years' time. I mean, it could be in 30 years' time. I don't know when, although it's going to be now. I promise you that she must message me to feel more attractive. I promise you, if she never messages me, I promise you I have the answer already. And it means that she's still ugly. I mean, she still never even started public speaking. You get it? I mean, as long as she's delaying everything, I can see the time gap. I mean, 1 year has passed. I mean, 3 years has passed. I mean, 5 years has passed. I mean, I can see her status. I mean, she's ugly. I mean, I don't even go there anymore. I mean, I may be even married now. I mean, if she now contacts me out of the blue, I realize she started public speaking. I realize now what I'll do, I'll say, you don't even travel the world. You don't even travel the world and you don't even have $1 million. I mean, now, she doesn't even travel. I mean, now, if she replies no, I mean, she's ugly because I already do. I travel the world and I have $1 million. I mean, she doesn't even have that. I mean, why would I get with you? I mean, why would I get with you? I mean, you got no value in life. I mean, how can you match my level of talent here? I promise you now, if she said this, I promise you she says, I have $2 million and I have higher status than you. I realize, for example, I realize now she's actually combated me in a way to say that she has more money than me and also she has more status. I say, now I have to find another way to topple her and find her habits. And then I say, you don't even have a financial calculator, for example. I mean, in that kind of aspect, I mean, what I would say is you have $2 million and you have, I mean, what was it? I don't know. I mean, you have $2 million. I just outsmarted I. I'm left speechless. I outsmarted I here. You get it? I mean, that is no good. I realized that no matter what, I'm still better than yesterday. I realized that it's really that she has $2 million and that she is more in attention span. Although I'll get on this and I'll say, I mean, you're looking worse than yesterday though. I don't know what's happening with your body weight. I mean, you're looking fat. I mean, why would I get with you? I mean, look at me. I mean, now, if she doesn't even reply, she's left speechless about that. I just left myself speechless before. Although, guess what? I'm now. And now, you have to understand that when this happens, you're doing excellent. So when you leave yourself speechless, that's the best aspect of life because it means your communication skills is skyrocketing. Realize there's a light up there. Realize it went in my eyes. Realize no matter what, that it's nobody's fault. Realize now, I understand that no matter what, that now she may reply and no matter what, I may have left her speechless there because I called her fat right in her face. I put her right in her face that she's fat. Probably that she could be speechless about that because I don't see her reply. I don't see her replying there. Understand? Because I realize it can be the truth in that situation. And now, if she's fat and I call her fat in her face, probably she will never ever reply because it's the truth. Understand? And the truth shall set you free. I called one woman fat before, and I seen her in Centrelink of the government of Australia, and she's looking better. I promise you. I promise you, I got inspired. I'm inspired now. I'm still inspired because I see her. I'm inspiring now. I'm always inspiring. You have to understand, I'm always inspiring now. You understand? I realize now, if you are trying to be inspired, you can be inspired. I realize I'm still inspired, although guess what? I realize I'm inspiring too. You have to understand. And now the point is that if she says, I realize that if she combats me now, I realize, let's say that she's fat. I realize I said, you're fat. I put in her face. And she says, she says that she doesn't go for beards though. I realize now she's a smart ass. And she would say, for me to cut off my beard and then I can't even get with her. I realize now I have to understand that I have to combat that. I realize I'll say, your eye color is brown, but I need grey eye color in life. She has to go get laser treatment to be with me. You get it? Now, I realize if she's left speechless, she's ugly. If she says no, I realize she's ugly. Do you get it? How stupid is she to say no to that question? Now, I realize the best aspect of life of what she can say now is to combat me. And if she doesn't combat me, I realize that I inspire her to go and do it. I inspired her to go and do it. So this means that she's going to contact me when she has great eyes. Because she didn't reply. You get it? If she says no in that situation, she's ugly. I'll never even go for her. I'll never even reply from that point. I promise you, as soon as that person's ugly, or begs to ask, I realize if they even beg to ask me a question, I realize I don't even reply anymore. Why don't you just ask me? Why are you begging me to ask a question? You're ugly. Although I'm not ugly. I realize no matter what, I realize that if you're asking a question, you never ask to ask a question. You never ask for my permission. That makes you ugly. Understand? So go and never ask for permission. Although, if she is speechless, as I said, I realize she's going to go and get some green eyes, or I realize it's not even green eyes. I realize it's grey eyes. I realize I made myself smarter, and now no matter what, I realize that right there is a mind shift into a better direction. And now guess what? I realize that when you remember what you said, you just got smarter. You understand? I realize if you forgot what you said in your video, totally, you just lost the plot, and you are demotivating yourself from that point. Whereas if you're giving a public speaking event and you forgot what you said in the first minute of your speech, and after 50 minutes, you're still speaking and you still didn't remember, I mean, you've lost the plot completely. You understand? I mean, you've lost what you've spoken about, or you've lost what you've spoken about in the first minute. I mean, you went somewhere else. You understand? Otherwise, the whole point is remember as quickly as possible about what you said about some story, so you can give it, and that's that. Otherwise, now I said that with her about the grey eyes. I promise you, now she can say, you have to get this kind of tooth to be with I. I realize no matter what, I will say to her, you have to get this hat to be with I. Whereas now, she has to reply, and she has to be a smartass. Or else if she says no, or else she's ugly. Or else she's really ugly if she says no to getting this hat. Although, or else if she doesn't reply, I promise you, it means that she'll go get this hat and be with me. I promise you, she's so inspired by the hat. You get it? I mean, by the time that happens, I don't know. Although, guess what? Or else if she replies, I promise you, she has to combat me again. And she has to say, I need you to get surgery with your nose because your nose looks plastic and I need a better nose. Whereas now, I'll come back to her right away. I'll say, I need you to pull out your eye to be with me. Whereas now, if she says no, whereas you have to understand that it's really, she looks ugly. I promise you that she looks ugly for that. You'll be saying, how? I mean, how does she look ugly for not, I mean, how does she look ugly for saying no to her herself? You have to understand me now. Realize it's not that. Realize it's not even a stupid question, although it's a smart Alex. Realize now, you have to understand the story of the plot and how it began and how it is now. Realize we're leveling up. And the point is that smart ass people combat each other only. I mean, we don't leave each other speechless, and we're just attacking each other about everything. So now I realize the difference is this. I pick out something about her that's so flawless in terms of, she has so many flaws that I will name them to say I have more higher value than you. And she will also do that to me. And that's what it's supposed to be. And it's like a tennis game. And now, I promise you that it sounds like this. You have to pull out your eye to be with me. And then she will say, you have to pull out your eyebrow to be with me. And then I'll say, you have to get an Apple Watch to be with me. And then she'll say, you have to get black skin to be with me. Otherwise now I'll say over here that you have to go to the airport to be with me. Otherwise she's going to say, you have to come to my direction to be with me. Otherwise now you'll say, you have to give me McDonald's to be with me. Otherwise now, I never do McDonald's in life. Otherwise I still can say McDonald's. Otherwise you have to go get McDonald's so I can be with you. You understand? I can say that. Otherwise now, she may say, what would you like at McDonald's? This means now. She's questioning me about what I love. This means that she's in love with me now. You understand? She's ready to go to McDonald's to get me something. You understand? Because now, the difference is that she didn't say yes or no, first of all. She didn't say yes or no. Whereas now, if she says yes or no to my questions and to my statements of smashing her in a way that her habits are so fucking shit that she'll never be with me, and she says yes or no to that, realize it's really that she's ugly. I'll give you an example. Realize you have to pluck out your eye to be with me, and she says no, realize she's ugly. Realize if she says yes, realize she's ugly. Realize that she has to combat me to be with me because it's smart ass nature. I realize that if I say jump off the bridge to be with me, and she says no, I realize she's ugly. I realize if she says yes, I realize she's ugly. I realize that if she comes and says you have to jump off the helicopter to be with me, I realize obviously it's a no-brainer that you'll never ever go to jump off a bridge to be with anybody, and you'll never jump off the helicopter to be with anybody, although we're teasing each other this way. You get it? Whereas now, since you said that, I'll say you have to be with Sylvester Stallone first to be with me. You understand? I realize now that's a smart ass. And now she may say, you must be with Angelina Jolie to be with me. You understand? Obviously now we're just combating each other. I mean, we're just playing tennis. And now eventually, I mean, she's going to say, I mean, what would you like at McDonald's? I mean, now she loves me. I mean, she loves me so much. You understand? I realize now I can also say, I mean, what time? I mean, what time do I pick up you from the airport now? I realize no matter what, that she may say to me, because she combat me in a way that she said, you must get me from the airport to be with me. I realize now I can just finish it there. I can say, what time? I can say, what time? I'll pick you up. I realize, you understand? Although she won. I mean, she won the conversation. I mean, if I give it up from that point, I mean, I never give up. I mean, a smart ass would never give up. You understand? Because she's in that situation, higher status than me now. Because I have to go 2 hours to the airport to pick her up. And I have to wait for her. Although I never wait. And I never go there in the first place. So what I'll say is, you have to get to Sydney first with your airport. I mean, drag your ass here. And then go to the McDonald's and get me water. And then come to my house. To be with me. You get it? Whereas now, she's going to say, ooh. Whereas now, I dodged the whole point. Whereas I dodged the whole point there. Whereas that we're not even having that conversation about the plane trip. Although, she's going to say, I mean, where is your address then? I mean, now she's interested to even come to my house. I mean, she's interested totally to come over my house because I inspired her so much. And now, it's really, I inspired her so much that she loves me so much now. I mean, she'll go from Greece and she'll fly down to Sydney and she'll drive to McDonald's and she'll drive to my house to be with me, and I don't have to lift a finger for her. I mean, that's what she means by saying, where's your address then? You get it? I mean, that's the point of smart-ass nature and smart-ass tendencies. So when you understand that guy in terms of Instagram, I mean, he took my photo and put in his phone. I say, you masturbate to my photos so much that I never have to have a photo of you in my phone. I mean, I gave it to him. I gave him his habits because that's what I see. I realized that he's masturbating to my phone in terms of my photos because it's in his phone. I realize now, it's another way to say, you love me so much that you need to put your photo, I mean, you love me so much that you need to put my photos in your phone because I never have to put your photos in my phone. I mean, I realize now, this is more gay talk, although it's not gay talk. I realize that now, between guys and guys, you can do it the same. I mean, you can be buddies and you can be best buddies and not gay or not bisexual and not transsexual, and you can talk this way. You can talk it with lesbians, you can talk it with gay people, you can talk with straight people, you can talk it with anybody. And all you do, really, is you are just being in the moment in a way to just fuck them over with what they said. In a way that it's their habits. Whereas now, there's a difference between using their words against them and also using their habits against them. Although, you have to understand that using their words against them is saying, you said this, and that's why I do this. I mean, now that is teaching something. I mean, that's more self-compassion. You said that you're playing tennis. Whereas that now, I'll say, I mean, that's what you say? You're playing tennis? I mean, you're supposed to say you're playing tennis and living a happier life. I mean, now I'm teaching you something there. I mean, that's using your words to help somebody. I mean, that's you using their words to help them. I mean, you using their words to help them. I mean, that's called self-compassion. Whereas if you're using their words against them, I mean, you'll say, I mean, you play tennis, you're so fucking shit. I mean, that's it. I mean, where's the help in that? I mean, you're just using it against them. You're just calling them shit, calling them nothing, you're calling them a negative person, and that's that. I mean, you play tennis, you're fucking shit. You understand? That is not, that's a sarcastic person. A sarcastic person or individual in divine nature is a type of individual that will say that. And that's a pessimist. And that's somebody who will just use your words and will say, you're fucking nothing. I mean, they just go to that. I mean, that's the only fucking way that they do it. Understand? And it's totally negative. I mean, that's like me saying, you're watching my video, you're a fucking shit cunt. I mean, that's the same thing as a pessimist. I mean, that's me using you against you. I mean, that's me using what you're doing against you. I mean, that's what treating others how you are treated in terms of how they treat you. I realize that no matter what, you have to understand it's really that when you treat others how you treat yourself, I realize that's a smart ass nature. So that looks like this. I love you because I love I. I realize now I taught you something in that. I love you. I taught you I love you. I love you because I love I. I realize that is I treat you the way I treat I. For now, if you treat others based on how they treat you, you're really a pessimist. And you're really saying, you're looking at me, I never look at you. I mean, what the fuck is that? You understand? I mean that's what you are really saying, because you're using what they are doing against them. So I mean, they're looking at you right now. You're looking at me, I never look at you. You get it? Because that's what people who are treating others like they treat them. I realize that if I treated you, I'll give you another example. I realize if I treated you like you treat me, I'll say, you watch my fucking videos, you're a fucking idiot. I mean, how fucking stupid is that? I realize if I treat you how I treat I have my ringtone. I realize that no matter what, I realize if I treat you how I treat I'll say, I love you for being in this video, I'll give you something. I mean, that is loving you. I mean, there's nothing here for me to call you a shikan or something like that and just leave it. You get it? Because people who are pessimists, such as my biological dad, is that type of individual where he'll use one word and he'll call me nothing based on that word. Because that's my biological dad. And now my biological dad is like that, although my biological dad is more like this also. And he says, I mean, you have a free house, you have free rent, you don't have to give rent, you have free Wi-Fi, you got the car for free to get your food and technology and shops, and you can go to the clothing store, you can go get your food, you have the car, you just have to ask me. I promise you, that's my biological dad also. I promise you now, my biological dad is also, I'll give you money, I'll give you some bananas, I'll also give you your clothing, I'll do your laundry. I promise you, that's my biological dad. I promise you, my biological dad is like this. I see him saying, 5 minutes, I have to go. I realize he has to go 5 minutes. I realize he has 5 minutes. And now, I delayed it so much, I took advantage of him in a way that I have to take advantage of everybody. And now he just came up to me to say 5 minutes. I realize that now he has a number there. And now he placed a number there to say, I have to go now. I realize now I have to go and get my shopping done. I have to go get my shopping done. And then come and give the car. So that he can go. And that's why I realized that's why he came into my room to say 5 minutes. You understand? Because I have to go to the shop to get something. And he has to go somewhere. And that's why he put a number there. Because when you put a number in your communication, realize that he doesn't even understand that. Probably that he doesn't see that. You understand? Probably although that he just put the number there and I see that. I realize I have to go now because he's putting the number there. Although he bangs the door. I realize he bangs the door and he looks angry. He's like, 5 minutes! I'm like this. I'm like, what's going on? You understand? I mean, he's so angry. You understand? I mean, he's so angry. I mean, he didn't speak to anybody all day. I mean, that's how angry he is. I mean, there's nobody in this room and he's so angry. I mean, he's a smoker of a cigarette. And, I mean, he drinks a lot of, I realize he drinks a lot of caffeine and smokes cigarettes all day. And he's watching the news. I realize the news and TV doesn't really affect him, although it's really that he doesn't learn and grow. I realize he does learn and grow, although not as much as other people. And now, you have to understand that he's drinking caffeine and cigarettes for 50 years now. And he's so stressed out and so negative. And I never even spoke to him much. And he just comes into my room 3 times and all that. Although I never go up to him. You have to understand now that this is the difference. I now have to go over there to get my stuff. Although the point is that no matter what you do in life, you're always looking to see, is the person angry or not? Because if the person's angry, stay away from them. Stay away from them as much as you can. Because if you go up to an angry person, they'll shine a knife at you. You understand that? There's no games anymore. If you go up to an angry person, they're violent. They're going to have a knife in front of them. Would you approach them? You never approach that. You never approach an angry person ever in your life. You never go where anger is. You never go where violence is, because you'll get killed. You understand? And that's my biological dad too. You understand? So my biological dad has different aspects of communication. And now his communication is that with words, he'll call you fucking nothing. You understand? Firstly, his words, in terms of what comes out of his mouth, is always nothing. He'll never teach you nothing with his words. Although with what he does, firstly, he talks big time. And now what he does is he gives me free accommodation. Or he gives me the car. Or he gives me that kind of aspect. And that's different communication, although not with the words. This is more other aspects of communication. And now with the words, when I speak with you, I'll never call you nothing. Although you have to understand that when he speaks with you, he will always call you nothing. With the words, he'll say it. He'll say that you're nothing. That's my biological dad. Although when you come to the house here and you don't speak to him, in silence, and when he's turning away from you, he'll give you, this is my biological dad. He'll give you the free house, and he'll give you the car whenever you need it. You don't have to talk to him though. You don't talk to him. Although I realize he'll give you the free accommodation, I realize he'll give you a free car. I realize he'll even, he just got me a nice, beautiful air condition, and I realize that it's November now. I realize it's coming December now in Australia. Although he just gave me an air condition. You understand? He's that type of communication. I realize that he's more body language than communication. I realize now body language is more like, I realize he's gone. I realize he's gone now to his girlfriend's house. And body language is now. I realize the body language is now. So he's talking to me now and saying, I love you, Danny. I love you because I give you the free accommodation. I give you the free car. I give you the free internet that you have. I gave you this. I left it in your bedroom. I left it in your bedroom. I realized that he said also that I can put on number 1 or 2 over here. I realize now, that's nice. I realize that when you say that with words, you can put this on number 1 or 2. I realize that's what I need more. I realize I need more of that kind of communication. I realize I need more of that kind of love and communication from him. Although he doesn't give it much. You understand? I realize now, that's the kind of love I give you now. Where I'm saying that kind of respect. You can put on number 1 or 2. Number 3 doesn't really do anything. That kind of help. I realize that is communicational help. I realize that's what I'm teaching you now to do much more of. You understand? I'm teaching you that kind of communication, which is self-education. I realize that's got to do with leadership. I realize that the words that come out of your mouth is the best kind of words. You understand? That's what attitude is, and that's what self-reality check is. I realize you're doing a self-reality check and evaluation on yourself to make sure that your attitude is the best. Because his attitude is fucking shit with words. Because he speaks such degrading words that he has to go smoke cigarettes and do caffeine and do nothing all day. Honestly, he does nothing all day because of his words. And it's because he doesn't learn and read as much as he's supposed to. He reads the news and he watches some images, and I realize he is Serbian. I realize he's Serbian, although he reads English news and he goes on the Serbian news sometimes. Although you have to understand that it's news and it's not going to teach you about business. I realize it's not going to teach you about life. It's not going to teach you. I realize it will teach you about life. It will not teach you about how to make $1 billion. News today will not teach you that. Although mentors will, who are millionaires and billionaires. And that's where I'll go. I realize that's where I'll go for my information. I realize although that he doesn't do that. I realize he doesn't go to millionaires. I realize he doesn't go to billionaires and millionaires because he believes he knows it all. You understand? Because that's his communication level of what comes out of his mouth. Otherwise, I say over here, I never would. I say to him, I have to go read from a billionaire over here, and he says, he doesn't even like the billionaires, bro. He'll say something negative about them. That's the kind of communication that comes out of his mouth, and that's what I get only 1% of the time. Such as you can turn this on 1 or 2, and that's that. Version, that's called leadership. I thank you very much that you support me that way. Version, that's called one type of communication, which is the words that you say. Version, now the second type is called the body language. And the body language, whereas now the communication in terms of what's said is 7% of the communication. You remember? I mean, that's 7%. I mean, I need more of that from him. I need 7% of his communication to lift, because that is the brick of dawn of becoming a millionaire. I mean, that's IQ. I mean, he's not that smart. I mean, he's not smart. I mean, IQ is smart, although IQ is 7% of the communication. You understand? Although you need it to become a billionaire. You understand? Because otherwise, you'll be calling everybody nothing. You understand? Roshi, if you have a low shit view of life with communication IQ, you'll be saying, you're fucking shit, you don't even fucking watch me, and fuck off. I mean, that's their IQ. I mean, you have to understand that I love you. I love you. I know I say that to offend you, although you have to understand I'm rich or better. I'm only teaching you something. You have to understand, it's really that those people say that. I mean, those fucking junkies will say that. I mean, fuck off, and you didn't fucking give me anything, bro. I mean, you fuck criminal, bro. I mean, I fuck you up. I mean, that's the fucking low IQ in life. I mean, that's IQ. I mean, that's the communication that comes out of your mouth. And now, that's what my biological dad lacks. I mean, he lacks 7% of that communication. You understand? I mean, he doesn't lack 7% of that communication. I mean, he lacks that communication that is within 7% of his communication in terms of words. Because he doesn't read from billionaires and millionaires. And he doesn't read self-help books. And he doesn't read books. So books and all information that you read has to do with 7% of your life. I mean, let's just put it that way. I mean, anything you see in audiobooks and physical books today, and the information in them, and also ebooks, and there's also YouTube in terms of the audio that you read, is all 7% of the communication. I mean, when you hear sounds, you have to understand it's really the words in those sounds. Is 7% of the words. I mean, that's 7% of the communication. I mean, the sounds that you hear. In terms of the sounds, you have to understand the sounds are 38% of the words. In terms of 38% of the language. So you have to understand there are 3 types of communication skills. You have the body language, which is, he gave me the air condition. I mean, he gave me the heater. I mean, he gave me all this in my room. I mean, he gave me all of this. I mean, that's 55% of the communication of how much he loves me. I mean, he gives me the car. I mean, he doesn't have to talk to me. I mean, body language is silent. I mean, he gives me the car, and he gives me the free Wi-Fi, and he gives me free rent and accommodation. And also, he gives me bananas and brings my clothes to the table. And he may do laundry when I don't even ask. I mean, he hangs up something on the wall. I realize he hangs up something on the wall. I realize he cleans my room. You have ego here, Danny. You have to understand, I have no ego now. I'm rich or better. You have to understand that he'll also make sure that no matter what, I'm not the ego, mine. Make sure no matter what, that I always have my IUQ ready to go, because you have to understand that each and every single time you speak, you have to speak with the you and I in intent with the question. And that's my IUQ rule. Otherwise, I've already done this video and I can move on now. You have to understand it's really that now I'll explain this. Otherwise, that now he has done this for me. Otherwise, he's showed me a better way of life. So now it's everything, otherwise everything in terms of it's everything is cool with I now. Whereas now I can just keep going. Whereas he's giving me the living room. Whereas he's giving me the bedroom, another bedroom, and he's put air conditions in all these rooms, and he's also giving me the front yard and the backyard to just play around with. Whereas he gave me the driveway. Or probably even bought me a car before to say how much he loves me. That's all 55% of the communication is that he doesn't even have to speak to me, and he's already speaking to me now. Understand? And just make sure that that is your skill throughout life with your family, so that you realize the same thing and how much they've done for you without them having to talk to you. Or realize that you have to realize that you have to remember that, so that you can see how much your family has done for you and to you. I mean, in terms of for you, to love you like my biological father has with 55% of the communication by giving me all this for free without him having to talk with I, is what I'm saying. And that is 55% of the communication. I realize now, 7% of the communication is where he lacks with I. And he may 1% of the time, 1 from the 1% and from the 1% and from the 1%, he may lift me up with his words. You understand? Because his IQ is so small. Otherwise, he doesn't read much. And anything I say around him, he's like, yeah. I realize he calls me nothing. You understand? Otherwise, I say something and he will say, yeah, I see what you're doing. I realize no matter what, that he always knows what I do. Understand? Unfortunately, that's why he's still middle class. And that's why he's still poor and always calling me nothing in life. You understand? So that's 7% of the communication. And now, there's 38% of the communication, which is tonality and loudness. And now, depending on how loud he is, I realized that he came into my room and he said, 5 minutes! Whoa! Whoa! What's happening over here? Why, after 3 hours of not speaking to you, after 1 hour of not speaking to you, after 30 minutes of not speaking to you, let's just be more realistic. I'm always more realistic. I'm not a liar. After 30 minutes of not speaking to you, which is just a moment, it's all a moment. You have to understand that 4 hours is 1 moment. And so is 30 minutes. And so is 1 hour. And so is 10 decades. And so is 50 million years. Is 1 moment. You understand? Whereas now, I'm not lying. You have to understand that he comes into the room and the first words is 5 minutes! Whoa! Why? Why? Why are you so stressed? Why is your tonality like that? And strained like that. And then bang! He bangs the door on me too. You understand? That's 38% of the communication. And now when he's banging doors and also loud like that, I apologize if I scared you. You understand? But now the whole deal is that I teach you something. You understand? I don't mean to scare you. You have to understand it's really, I realize that's 7% of the communication, and that's helpful. And now you have to understand that is 38% of the communication of banging the door really loud, or maybe throwing something at something. He may get the heater and throw it on the bedroom wall so it makes a loud noise. Actually, that's 38% of the language right there, because it made a loud noise. He may chuck something at you that makes loud noises or something like that. Although, if he does chuck something at you or she chucks something at you, that's also saying 55% of the communication. You have to understand now, 38% of the communication is just the sound. So if he chucks the heater on the wall and it bangs, and you see it, that's 38% of the communication, which is the noise. And 5 minutes! Do you see it? Do you see that? That is 38% of the communication. That means do not go to him and do not talk to him and do not go where he is, because he's so stressed and he's so angry and he's I realize he's ready to kill me. You understand? And don't play games. You understand? Don't play games with that. When they bang the doors, whereas when people around you bang doors at you and they're really stressed out with the tonality of like 5 minutes, out of nowhere, and they're just loud like that. I don't know what kind of attitude that is, or they have to understand, and it's a pessimistic view. You understand? So when your parents or anybody around the house is banging doors on purpose to scare you, or talking with you so loud or shouting at you, you leave the house immediately. You understand? You leave the house immediately and do not go where they are, because the more you go into somebody who's violent, the more they're going to kill you. And I mean it. You understand? I mean it. You understand? I actually took a photo of my dad, in terms of my biological dad. I actually put it in a video here, so you see how he is. He has a fucking knife ready to kill me. I was joking. I was joking around with him in that moment. I'm joking now, although I'm serious. I'm serious now. Roshi, that you have to understand that he had a knife. Whereas he had a knife and he's looking at me. I realized I'll never go there. I never even go up to him. I mean, would you go up to anybody who has a knife pointing at you? You never go there. I mean, never go there. You understand? I mean, he's serious. And the reason is that I was so disruptive in a way. I wasn't disruptive. I'm not disruptive. I disrupted him so much by just joking around with him and playing around with him and taking all these photos of him. I was like this before. I was taking so many photos of him like that, and he got so angry. I realized he got so angry that he got the knife. And when you irritate people like this who are angry, I realize that when they are angry and you're irritating them more, I realize they'll go get the knife and they'll kill you. I realize now the next step is that they'll get the knife. And now, if you start irritating them more, now he's going to run after you. You understand? Now she's going to run after you. Now they're going to run after you because you irritated them so much that they're going to kill you now. I promise you, you don't play games, please. Understand? I'm serious. I need you to understand that when people bang the door and say 5 minutes, or suddenly their voice and tonality change really quickly and bang the door, you get out of the house and do not be around them as quickly as possible, because that's the signal. You understand? Because if you go around negative people who are violent, I promise you they're going to kill you. Because there's no playing around with violence. You don't be with violent people. You don't joke around with violent people. You understand? You don't joke around when somebody's trying to kill you, do you? You don't joke around anymore with that. Understand? I'm giving you clues. You now listen to me. You leave the house, and now what happened is, earlier today, I went to the shops, and now my biological father said, 5 minutes! And also banged the door. I realized he banged the door on me. I got the keys. I didn't go into the room. I didn't go into the living room because I understand that he's angry. I understand that he's egotistical. I understand he's ready to kill me. I mean, how? How do I understand that? I understand that he banged the door. I understand he raised his tone. I understand that is anger. I understand that's anger. You understand? I realize that's stress. I realize it's negative stress. I realize that I will never ever play games with him from that point. I'll never ever, I realize that playing games in terms of playful mindset, you're playful with him and just joking, although they fucking take it seriously in a way that they're going to kill you. Don't fucking play with them then. You understand? Don't be a smart ass in front of him in a way that you're going to, you have to be a smart, you always be a smart ass. You just never fucking play with him anymore, or him. I realize you never play with them anymore, or them. You understand? What you do is you never fucking talk to them in the first place. I realize now, otherwise he'll kill you, or she'll kill you. I'll never kill you. You understand? The whole point is, now, he banged the door and he was loud. That's a signal that he's angry. You understand? And do not be playful with him from that point. Get a fucking crowbar or something. You understand? Walk with a crowbar with yourself somewhere around the house. You understand? Because you never know, that person may fucking kill you. You don't trust angry people. You don't trust violent people. You understand? I don't even fucking trust him. I don't fucking care how much he's given me. You understand? You don't fucking be angry with me. Don't fucking pull a knife out at me. No. You understand? You don't fucking pull out a knife and be serious about it. You understand? And now, I realize that day is traumatizing, although guess what? I'm not traumatized. You understand? You have to understand that now, I went to the supermarket, I took my time. I realized I never took my time. I invested my time properly and wisely, and I wrote some things down. And now, I learned some things before, and I'm learning always now. I'm always learning. I realize I never do something before, I do it now. And now, the whole point is speak present tense and be in the present moment. Although now, what did I do on the way back? Although I never came back. I never came back. I moved forward. I came here again because I'm always here. You have to realize I went to the supermarket and he's in the living room. I understand he's in the living room. Whereas now, I'll never open that door of the living room because as soon as I go into that, bro, she's going to be angry. Bro, she's going to get the keys, and he's going to bang the door, and he's going to fucking go. You understand? Bro, I don't need that. I understand that. You have to understand that I left him in an angry state, and that's how I'll find him. You understand? Bro, when people are angry with you, and you go to see them again, I promise you they'll be angry with you again. You understand? I promise you now there's a maneuver here I'll teach you. I promise you it's a beautiful, blissful one. And now, you have to understand that I never went into that room because he's angry in the first place. Whereas now, we had no communication between us for about 30 minutes. You have to understand? And now, he is going to be angry forever with I for any reason. And even if I do not come back, because I never come back. Promotion now, I do comebacks, or I never go back. You get it? Promotion now, a comeback is something where I may be more of a smartass than you, and I give you another comment, and that's a comeback. You get it? Promotion now, I do comebacks, I just don't come backwards. I don't go backwards, I don't come back to the past, or to past mistakes. I don't go backwards, I don't go back, I just do comebacks. Whereas that's a smartass point of view. And now, whereas he's there, whereas what I can do with the car is I can drive in. Whereas before I left, I said I'll leave the car where I found it. Whereas now, I move forward, I drove to this house here, in terms of my biological dad's house, and I said, no fucking way will I even fucking enter the house until he's gone. You understand? I mean, I will not even fucking go to the house to open the door because he can fucking have a knife and stab me. You understand? Roshi, that's serious. Roshi, you be serious like that. When people are angry at you and violent with you, you do not fucking enter the house until they're gone. You understand? You don't fucking play for life. Whereas now, you play for life, you don't play with other people who are violent. I mean that. You play for life. I mean, you have to understand that if you play with your life, you can play in a positive way. You don't play in a negative. You don't play in a negative way where somebody who's angry at you, and then you go to give them the keys or something, so that they go, or else they're going to stab you. You don't go there. You don't go to violent people. You don't go where violence is in the first place. So I left the door closed. I said, even before I left, I said, I'll leave the car there and I'll walk back into my room because I'll be silent and I will never even open the door. I said that, although what's a smarter point of view? I don't even fucking go in the house in the first place. Whereas now, I said also from that is I won't even fucking drive the car in. I'll never even fucking drive the car into the front porch. You never know. I'll leave the door. I realize I said that to understand that it was those two decisions between these two. I realize I'm not number two, I'm number one. I realize it was those two decisions between what I said. So what I said is that before I left, I said I would drive the car into the porch and also come into my room here, even though he's angry. I changed that. I said, no fucking way. I'll never even fucking enter the house. I'll never even fucking come into the room. I'll fucking stay out there in terms of the parking lot, and I'll also fucking get the car and I'll put it outside in terms of outside the gates, so I don't have to fucking drive in. And then I'll fucking walk somewhere else. And I won't even fucking step foot in the house. You get it? Because otherwise, I'll fucking open the door and come here in terms of the room and also drive in while he's angry. I'll never fucking do that because how dangerous is that? I mean, what did I do? I stood 20 meters in distance. I fucking parked the car over there and I just fucking walked away. I just fucking walked away. I didn't even fucking open the door. I didn't even fucking knock the door. I didn't even knock on the door. You understand? I just fucking left the car. I left the car there. I didn't fucking walk directly for him. I never even went in his house. I don't trust him. I mean, the guy's my biological father. I don't even trust him. You have to understand that you don't trust your family. You don't trust people who are angry. You don't trust violent people. I remember that picture where he fucking got there's a knife at me. And he's fucking like this. I mean, wow. I didn't understand at that point of view what I was doing, although I went away. And that's why I'm alive today, because I chose to discontinue my playful act with him of taking all these photos of him. And he's so fucking angry that he's going to chase me with that fucking knife in the next step. You understand? Apparently it's easy when he's fucking running at you, you don't know what he's doing, and he fucking stabs you. You understand? Apparently that it's honest, and be serious about your life, please. I'm teaching you self-help. I realize help here. I'm teaching you help. I'm teaching you to live life longer. You have to understand something. Now, I'll teach you the blessed act of kindness over here. Now, the silence in between you. You have to understand that as soon as I walked away from the house, I never even went into the house. I walked away, totally. I got the keys of the car and he's got spare keys for the car. Whereas I never contacted him. I never called him. I never called him to say I left the car. Why? Or else because he's angry. Or else he's still angry. Or else he's going to say, you fucking cunt. I mean, he's going to say that. You understand? You have to understand that the guy, in terms of those people who are egotistical, are violent. And now when you leave them in a violent state, you will find them in a violent state. You understand? No matter what. Or else even if you call them, and even if you message them by text, and even if you go up to them and see them, and even if you knock on the door and they open the door. You understand? You don't fucking call them at all. You don't call upon them. You don't call upon violence. You don't message them. You don't make them aware that they're violent. I mean, how is that possible? I mean, it's easy. So what you do is, when a person is in divinity angry, you understand, I realize we're all divine beings, so I had divinity in there. Whereas we're not people, whereas we're spiritual beings. Whereas now, he is angry. You have to understand that, for example, if you are angry at me, I left for 30 minutes, I come to see you again, you're still angry. You understand? What's going to change? What changes between that time is if you message me and you say, I apologize. That's different. That means you brighten up your act. Now, if my biological dad messaged me in between the 30 minutes of going to the shop and he said, I apologize for what I did. Apparently now, I feel safer now that he apologized because he's not angry anymore. You get it? Apparently now, he didn't message me. Apparently, I apologize for scaring you if you're scared. Apparently, I don't know if you're scared. Although, I never meant to scare you. Whereas now, I did that as an act of will. And now, the point is that he, in between that 30 minutes, never messaged me. And that means he's angry because, you understand? He's angry. Otherwise, he'll message me. Or he'll call me and he'll say, I apologize. Listen to me now. Now, I walked away totally. I just left the car there. And I didn't say that the car's here. I didn't say it. And now, the point is that he's going to be so angry if I chose to stay in the house and go up to him. And now, I could have just left the key on the thing. And then, I promise you that he can't even open the door. I promise you he can open the door. I promise you if he opens the door and he sees me, I promise you he can always become much lightheaded now. I promise you now, if he sees me first, if he comes to see me, and no matter what, I realize that no matter what, and in no matter what situation it is, that if somebody comes to see you first, I promise you they're not angry. I promise you that's why I have confidence to even go into the house and be here. You understand? I promise you it's the same act of courage, although I'm much smarter now. And this time, I'll never even step forward the house. I'll never even step forward in the house because I'll never even take that risk. You understand? I don't even trust myself to go into the house of somebody who's angry now. I'll stay away from them totally. And I'll fucking park 20 meters away from them and I will not fucking go to them. You understand? Actually, that's the tactic I taught you here. To never even drive your car into the driveway and go to the room when somebody's angry in your house. You get it? Because what you can do with your car is drive it on the fucking road and park it there and then fucking walk away somewhere and let them fucking leave on their own. They will fucking know us eventually to fucking leave. You understand? And now the whole point is never even fucking come to your room when somebody in your house is angry because they're fucking suicidal and they're gonna fucking kill you. You understand? I promise you that is my biological dad. Although guess what? I promise you he's not suicidal now. I promise you he's not gonna kill me now. I mean, how do I see that? I don't know. Although I know I realize that what's important here is I teach you this. I promise you now. I left the car. I left. I realize now I didn't call him. I didn't call him at all because I understand he's angry. I understand he never messaged me. I just left for 30 minutes or 40 minutes. I just walked somewhere. And I was planning with my business with my phone. And now I walked to the car to see is it there. Gosh, the car's gone. And now what this means that in between all this, you have to understand that what's going to happen is in between the silence, God is here. You have to understand that something bigger and a higher power is working in their lives right now. And that's why I left. So what you have to understand is the reason I left and I didn't even speak to him and I left the car there is the silence in between. I realized that he is going to be like this. I realize that as I go to the supermarket for 30 minutes, I realize he's going to be looking like this. You understand? Because he's angry. I realize he's angry, and I do not need to step foot into the house when he's like that. You understand? Or when somebody leaves you, in terms of when you leave them angry, I promise you they're still going to be angry. So what you do is, you do this. You come here, you don't even go to the house. I promise you now, if you need to, you don't even have to come back to him or them. You just leave them totally. You can do that too. Although I chose to be here because I understand something. I'm much smarter. So what I understand that he's in that situation. And now he is unaware of it. He's unaware that he's so angry. He's unaware that his ego has controlled him. The ego gets angry. The ego is I realize the ego is angry and the ego is pessimistic. And the ego is what kills people. Hitler is egotistical. And the ego of Hitler killed people and not Hitler. Hitler doesn't kill people. It's the mind controlling him. And now the thinking mind. Now Eckhart Tolle describes this as a thinking mind. And now you have a thinking mind where you have thoughts. And that's what he has. That's what my biological dad has. You understand? And now he has thoughts racing through his mind, which is making him so angry. You understand? Because he has no clarity and he's unaware of it. And he's dangerous. And he's ready to kill people. You understand? I promise you that the more you think, the more of a serial killer you are. And that's why I write in my journal. Whereas I write in my journal so much so that I don't think like him. And so I don't think at all. Because the whole point of what Buddha said is have no mind. Which means cut off the mind in a way that you don't think. I mean, don't cut off your head. Cut off the mind by having no mind. Because no mind is no suffering, as the Buddha said. And now the Buddha, you understand? And now no matter what, whereas I follow Buddhism, whereas no matter what, you have to understand that I can understand this. And now it's more that when he realizes, where is he? Now he asked the question. A question popped up into his head. Where is he? He started to care about me. I realized he started to care about me now. Whereas I never called him. I never messaged him. I realized he doesn't know where I am. Whereas now, what happened? What happened between that 30 minutes where he was just like this? The guy's suicidal and he's ready to kill me. And then, suddenly I realized he wakes up. He took back control of his mind. Now he's in a state of clarity. He's in a state of clarity. Why? Because he asked the question. Or else because he asked the question. Now he asked the question. Where is my son? Where is he? Now he's awake. He's awake. How scary is that? I live with a biological dad that has a massive ego who was ready to kill me when he turns like this. And I have to be aware. I have to be aware of him. You understand? Whereas now, he asked the question, and that's why the car is gone. I'm rushing now. Rushing, listen. Rushing, listen. Rushing now. He asked the question. I mean, he left. Although, I mean, he woke up from his state of unconsciousness. I promise you, he woke up from that ego that he has. And he found some clarity in the question. He found some clarity in the question. And now ask more questions to have less of an ego, as Albert Einstein says. I realize that Albert Einstein says that the more you read, the less of an ego you're going to have. And that's why my biological dad doesn't read. That's why his ego is so big. I promise you. And now, that's why I understand, because I read so much. I read so much, and I got some results with him as well, with the knife as well. I understand that he was so close to killing me. And that's the only first time ever that he drew a knife on me. Understand? I mean, he drew a knife on me, and I was unaware. I was unaware of what happened, although I had the IQ to stop. I had the IQ to stop irritating him. Understand? And to just turn away from violence altogether. If I kept on irritating him and kept on shining that, even though he has a knife, he'll run at me and kill me. Or that's killing me, I'm never dying. Or he'll run at me and kill me. Or else he'll run at me and kill me. Nobody will run at me and kill me. Now, I have to be careful here, because otherwise I may attract it. Understand? Now, it's more like this. That I'm rich or better, I'm not getting killed, I'm not going to be killed. I have to repeat some nice, beautiful affirmations here to keep myself in a state of clarity. And that's what I do. Whereas now, I'm honest. I'm not sick. I say that too. I say I'm not sick after a cough. I realize that it's a positive affirmation, and I realize it's just to give me some clarity, because it's honest. I realize now. I realize he has a knife. I realize now, if I went to him and I continued to irritate him while he's angry, I promise you that he's no longer that biological dad who is loving me anymore. You understand? I promise you he's not aware that he has a knife ready to kill me. I promise you he's totally finished. I promise you it's his ego controlling him now. I mean, why would you pull out a knife on your son or baby and do this? And look at it. I mean, you have a knife. I have a knife here. I mean, how fucking scary is that? You understand? I mean, how fucking scary is that? You understand? I mean, you have a fucking knife at your baby like that. I mean, why would you do that? I mean, you're unaware. I mean, that's why. I mean, how fucking scary is that? I fucking went away. I went away from him. I stopped playing games. I was so scared. I was so scared that I fucking stopped the camera. I just closed the door. And I'm lucky to be alive. You have to understand that it's so scary to have a knife like that pointed at you, and especially by your biological father or family, and no matter who it is. You understand? I mean, his knife is a fucking butcher knife. I mean, it's fucking 3 times bigger than that. You understand? You have to understand that. I mean, don't fucking play games with that person, bro. You understand? I almost cried doing that. Understand, it's really that I'm not going to cry now. I'm not crying. Although, you have to understand, you never get emotional. You never get emotional in the way that you're going to start becoming egotistical or something. You never lose yourself in the moment. Although, I mean, you lose yourself in the moment, you never lose yourself out of this moment. I mean, you never go to the past of how traumatizing it was. I mean, I understand that moment. Fortunately, that's not traumatizing anymore. Fortunately, now, if I was negative, if I was egotistical, fortunately, that moment would traumatize me, because I'd be egotistical. And now egotistical people are victims of life, and they blame other people, and they make excuses, and they're violent. And now those people who are violent are victims of life, and that's my biological dad. Unfortunately, now since that day, I have a photo of him, and he's so angry. Unfortunately, in the photos, I'll show you in this video. I'll show you how angry he is. Unfortunately, now I may put it in the middle somewhere. I don't know. Unfortunately, although you have to understand that it's really that I show you those photos, because otherwise I realize it's lost forever. I just have to relate it. I have to teach you. And now, the difference is that now, as I went to the supermarket, I realized he is angry. And in that state of getting a knife now, I realized that the first step is they'll bang the door and be loud. I mean, that's the first step. I mean, the second step is they may hit you. I mean, they may swear at you. I mean, they may cause some more loudness. I mean, that's step 2. I mean, step 3 is they get the knife. I mean, they get the knife. I mean, step 4 is they kill you. You understand? I mean, step 4 is they kill you. You understand? I mean, do not get to step 4. I was at step 3. You understand? I'm now number 1. Although, guess what? I understand that no matter what, I'll just pause the video because my nose is so itchy. I realize now I have a massive booger in my... I have a booger inside of my nose, so I had to go like this. I realize it's so itchy. I realize, although, I understand that you just pause the video, please, and then you do that. You don't do that in front of people. I mean, you don't watch them. You get? And now, I left him in that state of egotistical nature. I never contacted him. I never spoke to him. And now what's happening now? I realize that what's happening in that room, I realize inside that living room of my biological father's living room, while I went away before, I understand that it's really, I'm in the moment, although he is like this for 30 minutes. I mean, that's a serial killer, you understand? I mean, that's the egotistical nature, and that's most people who have an ego. I have no ego because I never choose to have them. I never choose to have an ego. I always overcome my ego because I learn and grow. Understand? And now he doesn't learn as fast. I mean, he's not as fast. Although you have to understand that he never reads a book. And that's what people who never read a book look like. And they'll turn on you with a knife. You get it? Because they don't read books. I realize they read the television. And now, life is a book. I mean, you're always reading something. Although you're not reading fast enough. As I said, you have to read quickly. You have to be interested more and more and more. And now, the more interested you are, the better for you. And the more you're likely to survive and thrive in life. You understand? And also never attack your kids with a knife, like I showed you. Now, no matter what, I never attack you because I just showed you something. And I'm showing you more. And now, you have to understand that now, he, in that living room, got up. And he woke up. I realized he woke up. And he asked the question, where is my son? I realized now, as soon as he woke up, I realized he went to the door to check where the car is. I mean, that's that. I mean, now, if the car was not there, Roshi turns back into his egotistical nature. I promise you. I promise you now. I promise you from that point on, I don't know what's going to happen. Although, I promise you that it can be. Because, I mean, very unlikely will my biological father message me to say I apologize. Because my biological father has only ever said it once in his life. I mean, he's 60 something and he's only said I apologize once. I mean, he doesn't call me. I mean, he doesn't call me ever. You understand? I mean, he calls me. Actually, he calls me when he needs me and when he needs to give me something. Actually, now. Actually, now. It's usually that. You understand? Although now, actually now in this situation, I'm just going to the store. I mean now, him, in terms of his mind, I mean, he doesn't believe that he has to call me. I mean, he's unaware of that. Or he doesn't believe that he has to call me because it's 5 minutes away. I mean, for him, it's a stupid thing to call me and apologize for being angry and upset and swearing at me and anything nasty and to apologize for that. Apparently, he doesn't apologize for that. Apparently, not once has he apologized for that. Apparently, now, once he has apologized when he woke up to himself about something. I don't know what happened, although he just apologized. I just remember that moment. Or else he said that he's sorry, that what happened. I remember that. I don't know what happened. I lost myself before. I remember from my heart that he apologized about something that he may have done. I realize that now he does say sorry like this and that here and there. I realize he does say it. I realize now I don't remember really about what the situation was, although I remember the sorry. I remember sorry. You remember that. I realize that when your family says sorry, you remember. I promise you. Now that sorry means that they woke up. I mean, they're waking up now. I remember the good moments with him. I don't remember the bad moments with him. I realized that if I remember the bad moments with him, I'd be a loser. Although I'm not a loser, because I only look at the positive aspects of life. And now, he is not that type of aspect to be calling me while I'm at the supermarket getting my food. Or she's not that type of guy. So, no matter what, I mean, I realize he may call me to say, get this and this for me. And that's that. Or she may call me to say that he's just going to go somewhere. And that's that. Or he said 5 minutes. I mean, he has to go to his girlfriend's house. And there's no chance that he will call me. Whereas most likely, if the car was not there when he came and asked the question, I realized he woke up. I realized 30 minutes it was like this. And then he woke up on the 31st minute and he said, where's my son? Whereas now, he loves me. Whereas now he loves me because he's awake. Whereas now he overtook his ego. And now he's more than the ego. Whereas the ego is not controlling him anymore. Whereas he opened the door to see. And he's actually innocent. I realize he's innocent now. I realize he's back to being my biological father. Understand? And now if the car was not there, well, she turns angry again. Or she will turn angry. I mean, after 30 minutes of not being there, and I mean, after 30 minutes of not coming into the house to give me his car keys when he said 5 minutes. I mean, he said 5 minutes, and then I took 30 minutes. I didn't take 30 minutes. I mean, he said 5 minutes, and I invested 30 minutes at being at the supermarket. And now, why is that? Because you never rush. You never rush to do anything. And now, listen to me. You have to understand that before that, I promise you, when he banged the door, and when he said, 5 minutes, I realized alarm bells rang in my heart. I realized alarm bells. I went up to him. I said, you can go now. You just go. I mean, you don't have to wait for me. Because you don't have to wait for me going to the supermarket. I said to him, you understand? I said to him, you don't have to wait for me. I mean, you just get the car and go because I'll walk it there. I mean, he said, no. I mean, he went back on his word. I mean, he said, you go. I mean, he said, no. I mean, he said, you go. I mean, he got angry. I mean, he got angry at that point. I mean, now I see in his face. I mean, he's about to kill me. You understand? Unfortunately, now in that moment, there's a split moment there. Unfortunately, now that moment says, run away from him as quickly as possible and do not go around him. I mean, as quickly as possible and get at the door and do not go where that guy is. As quickly as possible, because you have to understand that if you went to your child, listen to me now. You went to your child and you said, for example, 5 minutes. You said 5 minutes. And your child took 2 decades to see you. I mean, how would you feel? I mean, although you have to understand that it's really this, what I'm trying to say. You listen to me now. You never feel angry. I mean, if you said angry, then that's your ego that said angry. Roshi now, you never get angry. Roshi now, or this is the scenario I am really saying, is no matter what, I realize that if your child, I mean, you went to your child, you said 5 minutes, and your child went up to you and you said, I realize, and your child said, you go. I mean, you just go. I mean, you don't have to wait for me. And you said, no. I mean, why would you say no? I mean, you said 5 minutes. I mean, do you understand? I mean, 5 minutes, you have to leave. I mean, you went to your child to say 5 minutes and you're going. You understand? You went to your child and you said 5 minutes, you're going. I mean, now, if you're in integrity, you're going to fucking go in 5 minutes. You understand? You're going to fucking go, no fucking matter what. And there's no fucking playing around here. Although, you're not serious. You're not going to fucking scream at a child. You understand? I mean, you're just serious about your business. I mean, you've got something to do. I mean, you're really not stressed out. You're not stressed out. You just go to your child this way. Say, I have 5 minutes. I have to go in 5 minutes. I realize that you stay here I have to go. I mean, are you alright to go walk it to the supermarket? Now, my biological father didn't have the communication skills to say that. That he didn't take the lead with his communication skills. Do you understand? So it looks different with I, because that's what I would have done. And now I would have not done that. Although I realized that it's really, I never would. I realized that it's really, you listen to me now. I never would anything. I do that. I just go up to my kid, for example, and I say, I have 5 minutes here. I make sure that no matter what, you have everything. I have to go now. I mean, you're going to make sure that you're going to go to the supermarket and you're going to walk it now because you took 30 minutes. I mean, you took 30 minutes to sit your ass here because I told you 1 hour ago to go. And you didn't. So now you're going to walk. Or that's what I would say to my child. And now I never would, although that's what I do now. I mean, that's what I do. I mean, that's the kind of type of, or that's the kind of guy I am. I mean, that's the type of guy I am. I'm that type of style. And now, you have to understand, I have to be careful here because I understand that it's still the law of attraction and I have to attract the kid first. You understand? So you just be aware of that. I say that to my kid. I say that right now. You understand? I'm that type of guy. Although you, for example, you go to your child, for example, and you say 5 minutes. I don't know what you're going to say. Although if you choose to go my biological dad's route, you would say 5 minutes. I mean, you say 5 minutes. You say 5 minutes. Although you must be in a state of intent now to not be angry. I mean, don't be angry when you say 5 minutes, because that way you're going to be better than my biological father. Although you say 5 minutes, I have to go. Although you're going to say, I have 5 minutes and then I have to go. And then you're going to go to the living room, and then your son or child is going to come up to you and your child's going to say, you just go. I mean, you don't have to wait for me. And then you say, no, you go. I mean, why would you say to your child to go when you have to go? I mean, that means that you placed your child first over you. I mean, that's what my biological dad does. I mean, he puts me first. You never do that. I never put him first. You have to put yourself first. You have to put yourself first. I mean, there's a saying, put yourself first. I mean, put yourself first and fuck everything else. Otherwise, if you don't put yourself first, you'll get egotistical and you'll kill somebody. Now, my biological father is that type of individual where he doesn't give a fuck about himself because he doesn't give a fuck about anything. You know what I'm saying? I care about everybody so much that I love myself more than everybody. And now he doesn't love anybody. You know what I'm saying? Partially, he doesn't love anybody. And now people that are worse than yesterday, I like that. Partially, people who are worse than yesterday do not love at all. Partially, they got no love in them. Partially, it's the damn truth. Although I am the truth. And now, I'm more than damned. You understand? You have to understand me now. That those who are worse than yesterday, and that's 99% of people, have no love to give. Actually, they're worse than yesterday. I mean, how can they give you love when they don't even love themselves? I mean, my biological dad smokes cigarettes. And that shows me right away that I cannot even trust him. I can do anything. I don't trust them. I don't trust those people. I don't trust worse than yesterday people. I only trust Jesus and I. I only trust Jesus and I. And those people that lift me. You understand? My biological dad in that situation did not lift me. And now, you have to understand. I said to him, you must go. And he said, no. You go. I mean, he's so sarcastic. I'm not sick. You have to understand that he said that he had to go. And he said no to himself. I mean, he denied himself of pleasure and happiness so that he can give me happiness and pleasure. I mean, he doesn't feel that he's worthy. I mean, he doesn't feel that he's worthy to go over I. I realize he doesn't feel worthy to put himself first over I. I realize he believes that I deserve it more. I love him so much. I realize that it's not my choice to make his choice come true. You have to understand that it's really that he doesn't read and he doesn't improve. And because he doesn't improve, I realize that's why he puts me first over himself. And that's why he would raise everything to make sure that I lived. And he lives for me. Roshi, he lives for me. Roshi, his whole purpose today is living for me. I have freedom. I have freedom here. Although I understand to never trust him. I never trust him because his ego is with him. And now I get the sudden nudge or clue that he slammed the door and that he's 5 minutes. As soon as that happens, I get the fuck out of the house and I do not fucking come back until he's gone. I promise you now, what's changed? What's changed in between that segment is in that 30 minutes, he's like this. Then in the 31st minute, he asked the question. I realized that I have my alarm phone going off every single hour. That was my ringtone. Whereas no matter what, I mean, how fast is the hour? I mean, it's really quick. Whereas now, my phone goes up every single hour. And my Apple Watch rings every single hour with my phone. Because I only have a 1 hour sleep schedule. And when I sleep, I mean, my phone is going off every single hour to wake me up. And why is that? Because it keeps me more preoccupied with living life by not sleeping. Because sometimes I may need 1 hour or 2 hours of sleep. And then I can just go and do what I need to do. So I wake up every hour to ask myself, shall I sleep in the next hour? Or sleep for the next hour? And then I fall asleep. And then I sleep for 1 more hour. And then I wake up again. And then I ask myself, shall I sleep for the next hour? And then I may sleep for the next hour. And I ask myself again, every single hour, shall I sleep for the next hour? And if it adds up that, yes, I can have 1 more hour sleep, I just go sleep. And then I wake up and then I ask myself the same question. And I do that over and over again. Because it's much better to do that and wake up every single hour to ask myself that question than to sleep 8 hours straight up. Because I may save 4 hours sleep while you have to sleep 8. Actually, that's why. Actually, now, I taught you that. Although, now, it's really that no matter what, I realize that in that 30 minutes, he's like this. I realize he's angry. Apparently, he's egotistical. I do not trust him. I'll never be with him there. I promise he's alone. And there's a serial killer there inside the living room. I promise you that it's honest. I promise you it's honest. And now, those other people do not understand that. You have to understand that 1% of the world will understand what I just said. You understand? Although you are probably that 1%. You have to understand. I don't know you. I know I'm just going to give my concept. I realize that no matter what, I explain it as simply as I can. And now, no matter what, that the point is that in the 31st minute, he is asking and begging the question. You must beg the question. You must beg for questions. You must beg and plead to understand that you ask questions. So you ask the question, where is my son? I mean, that is him in the 31st minute. And now he's awake and he sees that the car is there. Apparently now, since the car is there, apparently that he forgot about me. Apparently he forgot about everything. Apparently now, what happened is that he's no longer angry. Apparently I put him and shift his mindset into a positive state of mind without me there. Apparently that's what happened. You understand? Because I'm not there, I'm here. You understand? So the whole point of what I said, or that's the whole point, I just have to connect my nice beautiful charger here to charge my nice beautiful phone. Whereas now the whole point of what I said is, I realized he begged the question. And he asked the question, oh, where's my son? And now he's happy. I mean, he's happy and he's expecting to see the car there. I mean, he's expecting it. Because guess what? I mean, he got his eye back. I mean, he put himself first now. You understand? And the best I can do is not show up in his face. You understand? Because now, you can imagine yourself, you can imagine this, you're like this for 30 minutes. You're like that for 30 minutes, I mean, you're crazy. And then for 31 minutes, in terms of the first minute of the 30 minutes, in terms of the 31st minute, you start asking the question and you say, where's my son? And then you go and you open the door and you see the car there and then you just go. I mean, you're just happier, aren't you? You're just happier. You see? I shift his mindset. I shift his mindset into that state. And now he's happier. But now I'm safer, aren't I? See, voila. I promise you now, if the car's not there, I promise you gets negative. I promise you gets angry. And then I must never come into the house. Because otherwise he'll stab me and kill me. You understand? I promise you, that's what I mean. I left the car. I didn't call him. I didn't call him. Do you understand? I didn't call him. I didn't message him. I didn't knock on the door. I didn't walk in the living room. I didn't give him the keys. I didn't look at him. I just left. I left the car there. And I shifted him in that state of the nice, beautiful arousal or inspiration to just go freely. I mean, just go. I mean, why are you waiting for your son for? I mean, why are you waiting for your son for? I mean, why didn't you put yourself first? I mean, I'm putting back into the state of him first. I mean, how smart is that? I mean, that's called psychology. I mean, that's called NLP. I mean, that's called everything. I mean, that's called reverse psychology. Understand? I mean, that's called reverse psychology. And that's the best way to put it. That when people are angry, you leave the house and you never show up when they expect you to. I never showed up in front of his face. I never showed up. I promise you his car showed up. I promise you now, he is unaware of me, brother and sister. I promise you, he's unaware of me. I promise you, if he's seen me with the car, I promise you he's angry again. I promise you he's angry. I promise you he's angry totally. I never put my face in the house. I never put my face around him. I put the car there, promise you, because what he's expecting is to go. I mean, he doesn't care about me. Because that's how I feel about everybody. I don't care about you. I don't care about anybody. Because that's the best state to be in. Because that's the best state. Do you understand? I don't care about you. I don't care about anybody except I. And that's how my biological father felt when he just opened the door. And I realized he's expecting the car to be there because that's where he left it. And he just goes, mate. I mean, he just goes and he doesn't give a fuck about anything else. You understand? I mean, I realize that no matter what, you have to understand that. You have to understand that. I can see how he is now. I can see as soon as he bangs the door or his point raises, I realize he's not going to kill me. I realize what is going to happen is that's the first signal. It means get the fuck out. You understand? I mean, get the fuck out. I mean, do not fucking go around him and just fucking leave the door right away. I mean, don't fucking brush your teeth. I mean, don't fucking have a shower. I mean, get the fuck out. I mean, go. And do not come back. I mean, if you're borrowing his car and that fucking happens, and he tells you to fucking go and he's fucking slamming the door, and he's also fucking, I mean, it could be a she. I mean, it could be a mum or parents or whatever, and they're fucking slamming the door and they're fucking raising the tone because you have to get the car and they have to go somewhere. I mean, you understand why they're fucking angry. I mean, you understand why they're egotistical. You understand? I mean, what you can do right away is go and fucking encourage him to go fucking first. And that's the fucking best way. You lift them right away and say, get the fuck out of the house and go fucking first. Because they're going to be happier like that. And they're not going to kill you like that. You understand? Now, I learned fucking so much because of that. You understand? I realize now, when he fucking bangs the door and slams the fucking door and says, you fucking go first, I say, fuck you, you fucking go first. You understand? I fucking don't need to go there. You fucking go. I've got something else to do. I've got my girlfriend coming over. You fucking go. But your dad's going to say, oh, yeah, you fucking go first. I've got fucking something to do. And you fucking be honest and convince him to go first. Because that way, he's going to be lifted. I mean, he's going to be inspired. I mean, she's going to be inspired. I mean, they're going to be inspired to just fucking go and leave. I mean, otherwise, they're fucking angry. And when they're angry, they're going to fucking kill you. So don't put your family in a state of them putting you first. You fucking put them first in a way that you make sure that they put themselves first and you put yourself first. Understand? You don't put them first. You make sure that they fucking put themselves first and fucking nail it into their heads. Because that way, you are safer and you will never get killed. You understand? I promise you, that's what I mean. Promise you, that's what I fucking lacked in that situation. I could have fucking left them going right away. Although, guess what? I fucking learned reverse psychology here. I fucking learned to leave the car there and just fucking go and see what happens. I see it fucking worked out, didn't it? You understand? I mean, do you get the story? I mean, he came into my fucking room, angry, because he has to fucking go. And he's putting myself, I realized he's putting me first, and that's why he's angry. I had to fucking say, you just fucking go. You fucking go, and you shout at him too. You fucking go right now. You fucking go because I've got something to do. And you convince him. I mean, that's why you shout. You shout in a way, you just say, you fucking go. You fucking go. Just fucking go. You don't have to swear. You just convince them to go first. And that way, they're going to raise their confidence. I mean, they're going to be so happier. I mean, they're going to be so much happier to go first because you're going to fucking walk it. Because you understand that your family was putting you first and that's why they're fucking angry and ready to kill you. I mean, that's what he fucking does to me. And now, I realize he's never going to fucking do it to me anymore. Because I'll fucking make sure that whatever happens, that he's going to be fucking first in his life and I'm going to be first in my life. Because I fucking said, you go. I told him already. In the face. I said, you just go. I said, you just go. And he said, no. I mean, he said no. I mean, he needs more convincing to say, yes, I'll fucking go then. I mean, he needs to say yes. I mean, I didn't convince him enough to say yes, to go. You understand? And that's the whole fucking issue before. I said, you fucking go. I mean, the guy doesn't have the fucking smarts to just go. You have to fucking nail it into him. You fucking idiot, you just go. I mean, you don't call him an idiot. You don't call him in. You don't call him an idiot. You just go, you just make sure you go. You go. I mean, are you a fucking idiot? You go right now because I have to fucking do something. I have to fucking do something. You listen to me. I have to go to the train station anyway because I have my girlfriend over here. I mean, she's going to pick me up now. I mean, my girlfriend's picking me up. I don't need you. I don't need you, man. And now he's going to be convinced. I realize that she's going to be convinced because your girlfriend's coming. And now they're going to go first. I mean, you fucking make it up. You understand? I mean, now, I swear in a different manner. I swear in a way that makes sense. Understand? I mean, just make sense of it. I mean, don't fucking put them down. I fucking lift them up while I swear. I say, you fucking idiot, you just make sure you go. You just make sure you go, please. I love you. I love you. I love you. I mean, that's it. I mean, now, I do not literally say that. You have to understand. I don't say that. I say in a way that I say, you have to listen to me. I've got my girlfriend coming over here. I mean, you just go. no. I mean, that's like me calling them an idiot. You understand? I mean, that's like me saying you're a fucking idiot. I mean, no. You go, man. You go. You go right now. I mean, then I raise a bit of my tone to convince him to go. You go. So you go. I've got something. I fucking make sure this time. I say, I'll say it this way. I'll just say, I say, fuck you then. I don't get the car. I just fucking start walking it to the shop now. And I'll fucking leave the car in his fucking face and I don't have to fucking speak to him in the first place. You understand? I don't even have to fucking speak to him and I'll convince him to go first. You understand? And that's the whole point. I promise you now, that's a new strategy. You don't have to fucking convince them with words. I mean, you just leave the fucking car there. I mean, when he's saying you go with the car, I mean, you just fucking leave the car and you just go walk it to the supermarket and the car's going to be there. I don't know how long he's going to wait to go. I mean, if he's fucking still waiting while he's here in terms of life and you have to be here too, and you get here into the house 1 hour later and he's still he's still here with the car, I mean, you got nothing to worry about. You understand? That means that something came up and maybe somebody called him and said, don't come. I mean, you never know. I mean, although you fucking do your part to make sure that they are putting themselves first. Because that's how we enable each other to never get killed. You understand? So, what have we understood here? You have to understand that the nice, beautiful solution here is the reverse psychology also. So, how I did that is I made sure that no matter what, I went. I took my time. I don't take my time. I never took my time. I just invested my time wisely to make sure I never rush. I never like to be rushed. Rushing now. When somebody's rushing you, you make sure you never be rushed and you make sure they go first, no matter what. I mean, make sure from now on that other people go first when they're trying to rush you and they're saying, they're kicking you up the ass to go first. I mean, you don't let them. You don't let them make you go first. I mean, you have to understand that I was that type of guy where I would take advantage and I'll just go first and leave them hanging like that. I realized I'd leave them hanging worse than this day, saying that I'm better than them and everything. I realize that this is much better to say. I mean, it's much better to say, and don't get negative about that. I mean, don't get negative that I took his car and went to the shops because I put myself first. I mean, there's nothing wrong about that, and there's nothing right about that. Although, understand this. I mean, he allowed me to go. Although, he's getting angry now. Now, when your kid allows you to go first, I mean, what are you going to do? You're now going to say, get the fuck out and go now first because I've got something else to do. You're going to say that, although before you would have said, you allow me to go first, son? I'll go then. I mean, what's the deal? I mean, there's no deal other than you went first and that's the best decision of your life. I mean, now, what happens to them? I mean, you don't give a fuck about them. I mean, now, you have to understand that it's the truth. And the truth shall set you free. Although now, this is the other perspective. This is the other perspective. And it's called, you fucking man up. And you say for them to fucking go first. While you fucking be disciplined with yourself and more responsible to understand that you fucking took 1 hour to fucking even get ready. And then he had to fucking come in the room and say 5 minutes. And then all of this when he fucking told you an hour ago to go. I mean, now, as my grandpa said, pay the consequence or invest the consequence. I never pay the consequence. I mean, he says, invest the consequence this time. I mean, fucking walk it then for 1 hour since you fucking took 1 hour of your life to fucking even get ready to go. I mean, when you fucking walk it for 1 hour, you're going to feel what it feels like to go right away when he says go. I mean, just get it ready right away and then get the fuck into the supermarket and get what you need right away when he opens his mouth. And don't take one more fucking hour in terms of life and never take hours. I mean, just invest hours. I mean, never just invest another fucking hour of your life waiting to go to the supermarket when he fucking says something. You understand? And now, you have to understand that within that hour, I fucking improved. I'm improvement. I've always improved. I'm always improving. And now, in that hour, you have to understand that I'm not blaming anybody for what I did. Because I grew. I grew in that hour. I learned so much. I was writing one journal before. Within that hour of taking advantage of him, I grew so much and I wrote so much in my journal and I learned so much. And I got so much to do. And that's why I invested that hour of lagging to grow. I was growing the whole time. And now he doesn't understand that. He doesn't understand that I was growing. I mean, I'm growing now. Although I never was. I'm now. You understand? I'm now. I realize that's the whole point. You have to understand that when you're growing within 1 hour, I mean, you're growing. You have to understand. You're growing in a way. I mean, someone is forcing you to go now, although they didn't give you a time limit on how long they'll be. You don't know how fucking long he's going to go or she's going to go. I mean, you have to understand that I'm better than everything I say. Although, I mean, say you're leaving at this time so that I have a clue on when to leave. Rosh, if you say, you just go, I will leave. I don't know when you'll leave, man. I mean, you will leave. I don't know what that means, bro. And sister. You will leave. I mean, when are you leaving? I mean, what time? I mean, without the number, you have to understand that you will never leave. And that's why he came into the room and said, 5 minutes! I mean, 5 minutes? I mean, you give me 5 minutes to go to the shopping center, which is 10 minutes away. You give me 5 minutes to go to the shopping center that's 10 minutes away and to drive back 10 minutes and to shop for 10 minutes. I mean, I never took 30 minutes. I invested 30 minutes. You understand? I mean, you gave me 5 minutes. I invested 30 minutes. You understand? So no matter what, I mean, it's like that for 30 minutes. And then the 31st minute, I mean, he gets up because he's so happy now. I mean, he's happy. And he's looking, I mean, he does not have the psychology behind him to understand that I'm with you in a better way. I realize that now. You have to understand that it's really, you understand that he doesn't have that mindset to understand that I'm here. I mean that my biological dad did not have that perspective of mind that he has a son around him. And that's the whole point of me never even going up to his face and never even knocking on the door and never even calling him and nor texting him, to have that frame of mind to understand that I set it up like that so that I understand how I can life coach now. I realized that it's a test. I tested him and it's like a rat. I'm better than everything. Well, you have to understand that he's like my lab rat. I mean, do you understand lab rats in the scientific realm when they run inside of the box in terms of the aquarium and they got the fucking cylinder in terms of the Ferris wheel and they're running on it? I mean, they're running on the wheel. I mean, the rats are running on the wheel and they're getting tested. I am testing the rats in a better way. I'm better than testing rats. I'm better than testing everything. You have to understand that it's really that my biological dad is like that rat that I've just tested. I'm now testing more. You go? Because I'm now present. And now you have to understand that when you've tested something, you've tested it before. And now you have to test more now. So you say, I'm testing more. The whole point is that he did not have I in his frame of mind. Because I removed myself from the equation. I left the car outdoors. I never knocked. I never sent him a message. I never reminded him of I. I never reminded him that I took his car or that I've been around in his house or that I've came back home or anything. And I never come back home. Understand that I'm always home. Or else my home is inside my body. And now I realize when you have kids and family and a wife and you wake up and then suddenly not in your frame of mind. I mean, what are you really looking for now? I mean, you're happier. I mean, you have to understand that you're not happier, although I realize maybe you are. I realize that no matter what, I realize that your wife and kids made you angry. Your wife and kids made you angry. And now you're always thinking about them. You're thinking too much about them. And that's what's causing all your anger and resentment, because you let them go first. You're thinking too much. Although you wake up now, I mean, suddenly they're not in your frame of mind anymore. Because you asked the question. I mean, where is my son? I mean, now, they're not in your frame of mind. And when you ask questions, you unlock your ability to never think. Probably it's the way to go. And that's why you read more books, so you can ask more questions. You have to understand. Now, you wake up, and now, since you do have a wife and kids, although they're not in your space of mind, although they just made you angry before, or let's just put it like this. You have a wife and kids, although you wake up and suddenly you feel like you've never had a wife and you've never had kids ever. That's how I put him in the state of that. I put him in a state that I've never been around his life, in his entire life. He doesn't have me in his mind. He doesn't have him. I have everything. Although you have to understand that he doesn't have my face in his mindset. I took myself out of his mindset completely. Because my face makes him angry. I removed my image from his face and mindsets and everything. You understand? Or else, how did I do that? I never showed up in front of his face. I never called him. I never messaged him. I never knocked on the door. I never opened the living room to see him. Because my face would be in front of his face. And that's why he's angry. Or else now, when I remove myself from the equation, or else suddenly, he's never thinking about me anymore. You understand? Or else now, he's in a state of clarity. So, what happened? Or else what happened is, I chose to go first. I chose never to even uplift him to go first. You understand? I never chose to uplift him to even go first. And I left him angry. And now, you never leave people angry anymore. You never leave people angry. And now when people rush you, you never ever be rushed, as the Bible says. You never ever be rushed, do you understand? And when people are rushing you, you let them go first, as the Bible says. You let them go first. Because if you go first, you shall be killed. I mean, if you're not first, you're last. Understand? So what you're supposed to do, you have to realize that the Bible says if you're not first, you're last. So you have to understand that the last is not least. Now, that's also true. Although, guess what? We're all equal. Understand? That's what that says. Although, guess what? You let them go first, because if you're not first, you're last. You understand? Now, it means not just for you, you make them go first too. You make everybody go first. And not just yourself. You make them go first. You teach them to go first. And then when you're in the elevator, for example, and they're waiting for you to go first, you let them go first. You teach them to go first. When you're crossing the pedestrian carway, or there's no pedestrian crossing, although the car's waiting for you to go, you make them go first. Understand? Because that way, they're not getting angry. And you have more patience. And patience is a virtue. And that means that you're in a better clarity when they go first. If you go first, and they say for you to go first, and they wait, I promise you now, they may be worse than yesterday, and they may be also, you have to understand that, they may be also angry at you, and they may kill you on the spot. I promise you, they can just say, you made me wait, and they shoot you. You understand? I promise you, they're crazy people. You understand? I promise you now, those crazy people are people who are egotistical, like Hitler, and who are unaware of what they're doing. And now, you have to understand that Hitler is somebody who killed 19 million people. Imagine Hitler coming into your family's house, and you never even seen the guy in the first place in your life. And he just comes and shoots your wife in front of your face and your kids. What did they do? That's Hitler. Although, that's Hitler's ego. That's not Hitler. That's Hitler's ego. And it's his ego that done that. You understand? So nobody's to blame for anything. Nobody's to blame. And that's why we're all forgiven by Jesus. And I promise you, Hitler, the guy that killed all these people, he's still in heaven. He's gone with Jesus. Although Hitler himself didn't kill those people. Although Hitler's ego did. You understand? Now, many people are hating on Hitler. Because guess what? That's called ego too. They're hating something that they are. Now, it's not them. It's their ego that is controlling them to hate egos. Now, the ego hates only. It's only the ego that hates. And it's because they do not put themselves first. In my situation, if you're not first, you're last. I left. I just totally left because I'm first. I'm not last. I never need to be last. I'm first always. And now, what I do is I fucking make him go first because I'm still first anyway. I'll still fucking walk it. I don't have to fucking go to the shop to get fucking 4 soy milks and a fucking blue tack. That's why I went. I didn't fucking wait for 30 minutes. You understand? Although I was fucking unaware of it. And now I was unaware to make him go first. I just learned in this video to make him go first. That's how fast. Although, guess what? I'm not stupid for going first. You understand? Don't put it on me because I'm not to blame. Version now, the stronger mentality is when they rush you and they say 5 minutes, you say You have 1 minute to leave. You have 1 minute to leave right now because I have something better to do. And now you don't have to say that, although that's a smart ass comment. And guess what? You just pick up your stuff and go. Or you don't have to fucking go. You just say, "You go, man. Yes, I told you already 2 hours ago you're gonna go." Whereas now they're just gonna go. You know, you make them go first. Whereas now that way you'll never be scared to get killed in the house. And now if you force yourself to arrogate them in a way that they get more egotistical, because there are people who do not understand how to control their emotions. And now what is emotions? I mean, emotions in the body. And now it's really that they do not understand how to have a clarity of mind. And that's what I refer to as controlling your emotions and how to understand a better way of life. Because my biological dad doesn't write anything down. Or he may write a song down because he's a singer, and that's it. I write everything down. And that's why I'm ahead of the ego. I'm always overcoming the ego, because you never, ever stop overcoming the ego. Do you understand? Otherwise, that your ego can always come back really quickly. And you have to overcome it and overcome it and overcome it by writing things down more and more. And what things? I mean thoughts. You write it down. You write it down. You write it down. Because those thoughts build up really quickly in your mindset. And they become a frenzy of thoughts. And then makes you like my biological dad, who brings out a knife at you to kill you. I mean, because that's what sickness is. Because I realize sickness is too much thinking, and it's called schizophrenia, and it's called bipolar. And that's what my biological dad has, and what 99% of the people who are worse than this, they have right now. They're sick, and their egos and thoughts are too much, and they kill you. Understand? Because they're sick and mentally ill. I mean, that's why serial killers and people murder these days, because they're too much thinking. Understand? And now, as Eckhart Tolle says, that thinking is the ego. And you are not the ego. You are something behind the thinker. You're the observer of your mindset. You're the controller. You are the omega. You're something they call the Brahma. You're something God-like. You're something nature of something more than you are. You're a being. You're a spiritual being. You're not this world. You're from something above this world. And now that's what I mean about how I've done all this. Because I understand so much about the ego and psychology and reverse psychology, and no matter what, I'm still learning about everything. I don't know anything. I don't know anything except I. I only know I. I mean, I can know I, because I must know I. I mean, I realize if I don't know I die. I mean, if I don't know I die. I never die though. I never die though, because I'm positive. Understand? But if you don't know your I in life, you've lost. Now, that biological father of mine misses the I completely, because he's got my image in mind. And now I made him stronger in his I factor, because I removed myself from the picture, and suddenly he boosted his confidence to just go and get the car, and that's it. I realized he didn't message me, and now he doesn't have to message me. He doesn't have to message me from that point. He doesn't have to, because he's already happier. I understand now. Although now I understand to never irritate an egotistical person, because I understand they're going to stab you. I realize that my biological father, he'll stab you if you keep taking photos of him. I mean, if you're just around him like a buzzing bee, and you're just fucking buzzing in his face, I promise he'll get the knife and fucking kill you. I promise you, that's my biological dad. I promise you now that it's not that he understands what he did. I promise you, it's his ego. Because his ego overrides him. And suddenly he's not my biological father anymore. And get the fuck out. Understand? I promise you now, use these examples that I've taught you in this video. I promise you now, if you find yourself in a situation where you probably cannot leave your house and you have to be with them, in terms of your biological parents, I mean, maybe you have to be with your biological parents or father because you're too young, or maybe whatever. And now we have to be too young. I'm still too young. I'm always too young. I'm always younger than I am. I'm never old. You have to understand that. I never get older. I get younger as I age. And now that's because I write everything down. I write all my thoughts down, and that's why I am the way I am. You have to understand now that since I taught you how to do reverse psychology. And now to do that, I'll explain again. Whereas it's really when somebody gets angry, get the fuck out is the first step. And then do not fucking message them, although fucking bring up the car or put the car there or some shit, and do not fucking call them. And now they're going to fucking wake up and they're going to check outside and they're going to look at the car and they're going to be happier, and then they're just going to go. But if the car was not there, I promise you they'll be angrier. And now if I showed up, I promise you now, you listen to this, I promise you, if I showed up without the car and he has to go and the car's not there and I show up in front of his face, I promise you he gets the knife and kills me. I promise you it just goes to level 4. I promise you it just starts to kill me now. I promise you it's that simple. The ego has just completely fucked up, and the ego never fucks up. I promise you, the ego will never fuck up. Only you fuck up the ego. I promise you now, what's the difference? The difference is that he's supposed to go there in 5 minutes. And now it's been 50 million years in the making. And the ego's taken over control. How is it 50 million years? How can you fucking describe how many minutes this is? I don't know. I'm better than all I say. I'm better than everything I say. I'm better than everything. Although, you have to understand, it's really, how can you describe time? How can you put it in minutes? How can you put it in millions of years? Jesus died today. Jesus didn't die 10 centuries ago. You understand? Jesus died today. Time is now. What is 12 o'clock? 12 o'clock is now. 1 o'clock is now. 5 minutes is now. The guy has to leave now. When you said 5 minutes, he's saying that he has to go now. You make him go now. You make him go now because you have to understand that 5 minutes is now. You don't make yourself go, you make yourself go first. You make yourself go first, but make yourself go first another way. Where you not have to fucking take his car when he has to go. I took his car. I was stupid. Although I'm smart. I'm smart too. I promise you now, I took his car so I don't have to fucking walk. I realized that I never took his car. I invested in his car so that I didn't have to walk 1 hour to the supermarket and back. I realized that it's 1 hour to just get there and back. Although I never come back. I realized that it's just that kind of sense. You understand? It's 30 minutes. Although by walk, I realized walking is 30 minutes that way and 30 minutes backwards. I grabbed his car to go, and I'm smarter for that. Why would you walk when you can get this car? Although in this situation, you have to understand, it's more, you let him go first now. You let him go first because when they rush you, it's not worth it anymore. The guy's going to completely go ballistic. You understand? That's how close to death I get. I get this close to death, I can go and murder myself. I'm approaching that I can make him murder me. I can make him murder me because that's how powerful I am. I can leave the world today by just buzzing around his face and just doing that. Approaching that he can just stab me. Approaching it's that simple. I'll get murdered and that's that. I'll be the hero. I'm the hero now. I promise you now, I'm a hero. I promise you, when you get killed, you get called a hero all the time. When you've left content behind and you've left 400 hours of content and more, and you've inspired people with your Instagram so much, and you have 10,000 photos of yourself on Instagram and 400 hours of content on YouTube, and somebody kills you, other people are going to call you inspiration. That's what I mean. I can do that now. I'd rather never do that. I'd rather live. I choose to live. I have a choice. You understand? So, no matter, I'm that smart. So you have to understand that it's more, I'm smarter than what I am. I'm smarter than how I look. I'm smarter than everything, although I'm not uglier. I'm not uglier in everything. You have to understand, it's really that I made sure to just completely take myself out of his mindset so that I can do more. And what did I do? I left the car. I fucking went for a walk for 30 minutes. I didn't contact him I then tested it. I walked to the car after 30 minutes, which is just a moment, and the car's gone. I promise you, didn't call me. I promise you, that's the whole test, is to see what happens. I promise you, it's the best decision. I promise you now, if I got the car keys and I drove into the driveway and I knocked on the door and I said, you can go now. I mean, now he's fucking angry at you. I mean, he's ready to stab you. I mean, you never know. I mean, he can actually stab you in that moment. And you have to understand, it's really, you put yourself in that kind of situation that I realize that he must stab you now. I realize he's fighting himself from that point. I realize now, if you show up in front of violent people, such as people who are violent, you have to understand, it's really that if you show up in their face, unfortunately, they must kill you. Because it's really, they are egotistical now. And now they are fighting themselves. I mean, at that point, I realize that if they hold back from killing you, I realize it's really that they are more disciplined. I realize they're more disciplined. You understand? I mean, they're more aware about the ego controlling them. And that's why they didn't kill you. I promise you now, if it's just full ego, I mean, it's black eyes, I mean, they'll just slaughter you. I mean, some people are so weak that they don't even fight the ego anymore. I mean, the ego just takes control and they fucking kill you. And they fucking run at you. I mean, they fucking run at you and bah! I mean, before you even understand what fucking happened. You understand? I mean, don't fucking mess with the ego. I mean, do you understand what I did? I mean, how did I mess with that? I didn't fucking mess with that. I didn't fucking go anywhere near him. I didn't go fucking anywhere close to him. I went fucking 20 meters that way, and I made sure I said, I mean, where the fuck is a crowbar? I mean, I fucking need a crowbar with me when other people are violent with me. Because as soon as they fucking come my way, I fucking whack him one. You understand? I fucking whack him. You have to understand, you have to fucking hit back. I mean, the guy's fucking running at you. I'll show you something. I mean, the guy's fucking running at you to kill you. I mean, what the fuck are you gonna do? I mean, what the fuck are you gonna do? You're gonna fucking let him kill you? You're gonna let him kill you, man. You do not let him kill you. You understand? You don't let them kill you in life. You fucking nuts. You understand? You fight back. I mean, it's the fucking ego, man. You have to understand that it's the ego. I mean, all you fucking do is fucking whack him across the head and fucking run. And that's that. I mean, you don't kill him. I mean, you don't kill him. I mean, Jesus said, "Thou shalt not kill." And now, if you kill him, you go to prison forever. I mean, you go to prison forever because the police will never believe you. I mean, the police will never believe that he was trying to kill you. So realize, "Thou shalt not kill." I mean, you just fucking hit him one. I mean, trip him or trip her over and fucking run. I mean, fucking run out of the house. I mean, leave all your fucking stuff here and just fucking run in the moments somewhere else. I mean, get the fuck out of Dodge. I mean, walk away is the principle. I mean, the police will say, I mean, why'd you hit him? You would say something. I mean, the police will say, you walk away. And that's why you're in jail, because you hit him. You understand? And now, you have to understand me now. That violence is not the solution. Although, please, 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 do not get killed. I realize that, please, you have to understand that if somebody's trying to kill you in front of people, you fucking get something. You do not allow yourself to get killed. You do not allow yourself to get killed. Do you understand me? I promise you that I woke up to myself today. I'm still awoken. Much more now. I realize I sat in the car. I get the fucking crowbar. I need a fucking weapon on me when he's angry. Because I don't fucking trust him. I realize now, I trust I more than him. And now you have to understand, it's really that I have a better solution now. And I don't have to get to that point. Although, I've been attacked before. And I fucking hold a selfie stick. I held the selfie stick like this, and there were 3 of them. I mean, there were 3 of them. And the crowd's around me. I realized the crowd's around me watching. I realized now I have a selfie stick, and I'm ready to fucking hit. I realized they're not coming up to me because they're scared of the selfie stick. I realized they're scared of some fucking plastic selfie stick. I mean, they were thinking too much about what that fucking selfie stick is because it looks like a medal. I mean, it looks like a battalion. I had a selfie stick and I held 3 of them off. You understand? I held 3 of them off. And now you have to understand that if they attack me, I fucking hit them. I fucking hit them once and the fucking selfie stick will break. I mean, it'll fucking break because it's plastic. You understand? And then they're gonna jump me. And now, they may fucking bash me or whatever. Although the crowd around me is gonna fucking be alarm bells. I mean, there's a guy getting fucking killed in front of them. I mean, there's a guy fucking getting killed in front of them. I mean, fucking help him. The crowd's gonna fucking jump for you. You understand? But I'm pretty sure if there's a fucking people killing you or trying to kill you in front of other people, I'm pretty sure the innocent bystanders are gonna fucking leap in front of you. And they're gonna fucking, they're gonna save him. They're not gonna leap in front of you. They're gonna save you. You understand? I promise you, if you're getting hit or jumped, I promise you, if you're getting jumped by people in front of other people, so you may have a 3-on-1 like I had in Cairns, and 3 people attacked me because I went like that. I sent a nice, beautiful. What is this? You call it a root finger? I promise you, it's not called a root finger. I promise you, that's what you labeled it as. I promise you, it's just a finger. I promise you, I don't even know what the fucking finger is. What is a finger? How do you label this as a root finger? What the fuck is a root finger? How do you get the meaning for that? You don't know what that is. It's all made up. Who told you? It says on Google. Who told Google? Who told Google that it's a root finger? People. What people? How did they fucking make the meaning up of a fucking root finger in life? How? How do you get the fucking word root finger in the first place? You don't know. You don't know. I don't know either. I know I though. You understand? You don't know anything about life. Although, guess what? They believe that this is fucking something to kill somebody about. Because they're too egotistical. They thought this was the root finger. And they fucking ready to kill me now. And I got the selfie stick. And it's really people around me. In Cairns. I've got a selfie stick. I've got a fucking plastic selfie stick. And it looks like a battalion in the nighttime. You understand? And now they fucking ran away. You understand? Although, guess what? I realized that I started to fucking cause this drama around people. And now it's really, I'm not causing drama, although I'm lifting myself in the process. And people are watching me. And they're not helping me. Because they have not attacked me yet. And now, the people around me are unaware of it. They're unaware of what the fuck is going on. And now, all they see is 3 guys ready to attack me. Now, that's what they see. That's what they see. And they, at the moment, realize that they don't have the suspicious ability to stand up for me in that moment. They do not have that ability. Because that's what happened. And they didn't stand up for me. They just see me fucking holding a selfie stick, defending myself. While they're fucking sitting drinking coffee. The fucking idiots. They're drinking coffee while I realize they're drinking coffee while I get attacked. You understand? They're fucking laughing too. Taking photos of that. You understand? They're taking photos and video recordings as they're attacking me. What the fuck is that? The fucking circus show or something. You understand? That's how I felt. I now see how I feel. Imagine 3 people attacking you and the fucking crowd around you is fucking cheering you on or some shit. What the fuck is that in life? They're cheering fucking violence on. Cairns people in Australia. I understand them in life. I don't care about them. You understand? A fucking flashlight here, fucking taking photos. The other ones are fucking laughing in the cafeteria, brother and sister. They're fucking laughing at this. They're laughing at you getting attacked by 3 people. You understand how that feels when they're fucking ready to kill you. Honest. 3-on-1. They're ready to bash you. You believe that's funny? They do. When they're at the cafe sipping on the alcohol and the drinks. They love that. Understand? I feel power now. Now you have to understand. that now I had a nice, beautiful scenario where one guy, this one guy, he went all the way to the right and he was away from the other two because the other two were over there. And now I fucking turned to him and I fucking had the selfie stick and he was 2-3 meters away from me and I could have just fucking whacked him one. I could have. If I fucking whacked him one, now what's going to happen is, the crowd is going to fucking attack me. You understand? The whole fucking crowd there would have fucking attacked me. Why? Because I attacked him. You understand? I promise you now, the case is that they don't see what I see. I promise you now, they do not see what I see. And now what I see is that I get attacked. I never get attacked. I promise you that what I've seen is to just never attack him. I promise you, if I attacked him, now in that moment, I understood to just never attack him. Understand? Although, if I attacked him, the whole point is they would never have understood me. Understand? Because I was in the ego then. I would have been in the ego to attack him. So what happened was, I realized now how the ego attacks people first. And now do not attack people first, because that's as soon as it happens, I realize you fall into the ego moments. And now you're not even yourself anymore. Whereas if I whacked him one, that's not even me doing it. I promise you that it's not even me. So what happened? I never even attacked him because I had full consciousness about it. You understand? And now it's honest because I'm rich or better. You have to understand it's really that you see that you never attack people, because as soon as you attack somebody, you are now the ego mind and it's not you doing it. Understand? And even though they attacked you, I promise you now, when they attack you and they hit you first, fucking start hitting them all over the place. That's different. I promise you now, if they didn't touch you and you fucking hit them, you're the suspect. I promise you, they're not the suspect anymore. I promise you, even if it looks like it's 301. I promise you now, that's a difference maker, because now I see better. I promise you now, how is that possible? How is it possible that 3 people are about to attack you and you don't attack them? You don't attack them in the first place. Now, how is it possible that if you attack them, you would be the ego mind? Well, it's easy, because if you attack them, you're not aware of it. You're not aware of it. If you attack me now, you will not be aware of it. How? You can see now. You can see that you'll be your ego. If you just went and killed somebody now, that would not be you. That would not be you. Otherwise you would fucking do it already. If you went and fucking just punched your mum in the face now, why would you do that? Because your ego done that and not you. That's the same thing as me. I had the selfie stick ready to hit him. I just didn't do it because I'm conscious. You get it? So no matter what, I just held together. The guy went for my stuff. I fucking grabbed my stuff. And now, you have to understand that I went for my stuff. And now, in that situation, I'm honest. I fucking defended my stuff. So, defend your stuff when they try to touch your stuff. Do not fucking let them even get your stuff anymore. The guy tried to steal my fucking laptop and my money and everything in front of other people. I fucking flew across the gate and I fucking smashed the whole gate and I fucking landed on my ass too. You understand? And I promise you, he fucking started fleeing. Or he started fucking flying. And he just went that way. He went away from me. Or she's so scared. Why are you so scared for? Why are you so scared for? You came for me. Why are you running for? You understand? Because it's the ego. I promise you, what they do is they come to attack you and then they run. And then they come to attack you and then they run. Which that's the ego. Which they're fucking fleeing and then they're coming to kill you. And then they flee and then they come to kill you. I promise you now, what the ego does is they call fucking more egos and then they're fucking all chasing you around one fucking area. With cars. I promise you, 2 get in one car and fucking 2 in another, and now it's a fucking biker gang after you. Which they're all fucking egos. You understand? Which they're not even fucking aware of what they're doing. Which now they're ready to kill you for money. Which they're not aware of it. But now the best you can do is fucking flee the scene. Flee the scene altogether. Do not fucking be there. Fuck off. Walk away, as the police say. Do not be there. Now, you have to understand that I'll teach you this. If they attack me with the selfie stick, now I see all this happening. You have to understand that it's really, I see it. You have to understand that it's really, I see much better than what it is. It's more that if they attack me, I would have fucking hit him. Now, you have to understand that if I hit him before he hits me, that it's more honest. Now, I fucking hit him because he fucking even flew at me now. Now, if I went towards them and fucking hit them with the selfie stick, I would be the ego. Do you get it? Now that's the difference maker. The difference maker is do not attack them even if 20 of them are ready to attack you. If 20 of them are ready to attack you, do not attack them until they attack you. As soon as they're coming up to you to attack you, you can attack them. And now you have to understand, I understand that they try to do that. I stood my ground. I stood my ground as much as I could. And now, understand that if I went for them when they went for me, I promise you that it's honest. Although I held back, and then they'll come for me like this again, and then I go like this, and then that's what you do. I promise you now, if I step 5 feet into them, I promise you now that's the ego. I promise you it's the ego. I promise you that's how close. I promise you now, if I just went towards them, I promise you, even if it's 3-on-1, I promise you now, the point is that it's 3-on-1. You have to understand me now. I promise you, it's 3-on-1. And now, either way, you go jail, and so do they. You cause a scene, you're both violent. You get it? You're both violent and whatever. You're still going to go to jail. Because even they attacked you and you attacked them. You have to understand me. That either way, what happened is, they attacked you and then you started swinging. You started swinging, now you can never go jail. You can never go jail if they start to attack you. And you have to understand that the best way to understand this is to never attack first. I promise you, although, that if they start running to you and they get close to you and they're half a meter away from you, fucking just fly. Just fucking fly and start hitting. Get the fucking crowbar too. Fucking break their head. You understand? Now, don't kill them. Get your fucking self something that's not a knife, and also make sure that it's not a gun. And do not kill them and do not stab them. Although, what you do is, you fucking get anything on the side, because it's 3-on-1. You have to remember. Even if it's 1-on-1, get yourself a crowbar or something like that, and fucking whack them. Whack them as hard as you can. And now, you have to understand that you just make sure that you never kill them. You understand? You make sure that you never kill them. So, make sure you get something that's going to fucking hurt, and that's going to bruise them, at most. And fucking whack them across the face or some shit, so that they fall. And so that you can live a life. You understand? Because guess what? I promise you that when they start attacking you, and then you're on the floor and they're kicking you, I promise you they're kicking you and whatever, you have to understand that now the crowd is having all these alarm bells. And how are they having all these alarm bells? Because you can imagine yourself this way. I promise you the fact is this, that if people attack you around other people, I promise you that it's more you are innocent. And 3 of you, I realize another person is banging you. He's hitting you. He's hitting you. He's hitting you. How much are we going to fucking drink coffee and watch you dying? The guy's hitting you. The woman's hitting you. Fuck. The guy's kneeing you and everything. And are they going to watch you? They're not going to fucking watch. You understand? You go and fucking kick him in the head. You understand? And now you have to understand, it's really, first, if you do that, you look like the ego. First, now if you're in the crowd watching that, first, now you have to help. You have to help that guy. So the best you can do is fucking kick him in the head. First, now if you do that, first, now you lost. Now you lost. I mean, how? I mean, how would you lose? I mean, how would you lose? You'll never lose. You have to understand now. I mean, the best you can do is pull the guy off. I mean, pull the guy off. I mean, are you serious? You never fucking pull him off. You have to understand, you have to understand that if you go and get involved in that, I mean, you have to understand that you have to defend that guy or that woman who's getting killed in front of you. I mean, do not let him get killed. So fucking kick him in the head and fucking make sure to pin him down and call the police. I mean, do not let the guy die. I mean, do not let the woman die, please. I mean, you can imagine your son, for example. Your son or daughter. I mean, let's just say, your son and daughter is getting thrashed by this bully. I mean, they're fucking kicking your son in the ass. And they're fucking smashing him. I mean, they're beating your son and daughter on the floor. I mean, what are you gonna do? I mean, if you just fucking watch, I mean, she's gonna fucking die. I mean, he's gonna fucking die. What the fuck do you do? I mean, you fucking kick him in the head. You understand? You fucking kick him in the head. You defend your daughter. You defend your son. I mean, that's the same for anybody. I mean, if you are getting fucking beat up, I'm not sorry. I realize no matter what, I realize that it's been another hour. I realize, although I understand, I promise you, if you're getting fucking beat up and you're on the floor and someone is fucking punching you in the fucking face and they're fucking ready to, I mean, they're just fucking getting your head and onto the concrete. And they're getting your head and onto the concrete. And they're getting, I mean, that's happening in front of me. I fucking will jump for you to fucking save your life. And now you have to understand that I jump for something greater to make sure that I fucking save the day to make sure that you're alive. You get it? You get it? Unfortunately now, 3 people are fucking attacking you. And they're kicking the fuck out of you. I mean, you motherfucker. I mean, and they're fucking ready to smash you and they're kicking you in the ass and everywhere, mate. I mean, I don't care if you're a woman or a man. I fucking kick him in the head. I fucking break them. I fucking jump on them too. You understand? I defend you. I don't care if it's a woman. I don't care if it's a man. I don't care if it's 3 women or 1. I fucking go and punch those women in the motherfucking faces. I'm not a motherfucker. I'm better than everything. You understand? I promise you I'm better than everything. Although guess what? I promise you now I go and make sure that no matter what, that those women have all fucking bruises and those men will fucking remember my face because I never allow you to die. I never allow you to die. You understand? I don't care if you're a woman or a man. You will not die in front of me. Now that's my responsibility now. That's the deal. I'm teaching you now that if somebody around you is under attack and they're about to fucking die, you fucking help them. Not like these fucking cans idiots. I see them fucking drinking coffee and taking fucking videos of me and photos and flashlights and everything. And they're laughing. You understand? There's a difference. And now, if it's 3-1 or 2-1 or 21, I've had 21. I've had 20 Asians on me. And they fucking jumped me. Now, my friends were there. Whereas now, they were trying probably, and most probably, I'll promise you that they were trying to defend me. Although, fucking 20 of them, in terms of the Asian people, fucking jumped me. You understand? They jumped me. I mean, why? I mean, because I beat up one of them who fucking was trying to attack me and stuff. You have to understand that I got jumped by 20 people. And now that's fucking totally out of the equation about what happened before that. I mean, they fucking took it upon themselves to fucking have 20 fucking egos on me. I mean, they didn't even forget the past. I mean, they fucking now totally fucked. You understand? I started running after them. I mean, they kicking me in the head and everything. And now I started running after them when they left. I just got up straight away and I fucking started running after them. And then the security guard just fucking said like this, "You don't go, bro. You don't go." You understand? I would have fucking got one. I would have got one. Now, it's honest. I would have caught one. You understand? The other 19 would have went somewhere. Now, the deal is I fucking ran after them. I think I wasn't supposed to run after them. I was not supposed to run after them, although I was the ego then. I was too much ego, and that's why I ran after them. You never run after people who are running away from you. You never run after people who are running away from you. So that security guard who helped me there, apparently now they woke me up. Apparently that guy saved my life, bro. Apparently saved my life totally. Because I would have fucking came running, apparently I was ego. Apparently now as soon as he saved me, in terms of he stopped me from running after those Asians, apparently I became aware of what happened. You understand? And that's that. Apparently now you never run after other people. And that's a lesson I learned from that. I learned from that in life. You have to understand, it's really do not run after other people. Apparently that's the biggest lesson. I mean, do not run after them. I mean, do not miss them. I mean, do not go for them. I mean, do not go their way. And that's that. Apparently that's the best lesson there. I mean, in whatever nature, I mean, do not rely on them. I mean, do not go for them. I mean, do not ask them anything other than yourself. I mean, now, if you have, I mean, I realize if you have to ask yourself questions, I mean, if you have to ask other people questions, I mean, ask them questions. I mean, ask everything questions. Although just make sure you understand. You don't run after them. You don't go for them. You don't rely on them. You don't go to control them. You don't go to possess them like I was. You understand? So I was unaware. And now you have to understand that with these guys, apparently now they jumped me in cans because I showed this. You understand? I mean, why did I show? I mean, I'm so smart. They understand that I don't know what this means. I mean, they know though. I mean, they know, and that's why they're egos. And now they were in a bar, and in a bar and nightclubs and pubs, you're going to find very much egos, and so much egos that if you show them one of these, apparently they'll kill you. So I was not smart enough. Although I'm smart, and more than smart, although I wasn't smart enough to just stay away from that place. I mean, stay away from it altogether. And don't even go there. And that's why I never even go to nightclubs anymore. I don't even go to bars and pubs. I don't even go to nightclubbing unless I DJ. I don't even go to a casino anymore. I understand that there are egos there who will kill me for this. I mean, they kill me for my finger. You understand? I mean, they'll kill you for doing a finger. I mean, they'll kill you. I mean, that's how Jesus said, thou shalt not kill. I mean, they'll kill you for this fucking finger. And they'll say, fuck off Jesus too. You understand? I mean, they will not listen to Jesus too. So you understand why I stay away from nightclubs and nightlife. I now go to nightclubs and everything. I'll go to nightclubs, I go everywhere where there is music. When I'm the DJ, I can festival DJ, I can do festival DJing. I can go around the world as an entrepreneur and whatever. Although, understand me, that now, if somebody attacks you in your family, you have to understand, you fight back. And now, why do you fight back? Because you fight back because if you don't fight back, I promise you they kill you. I promise you they bruise you. I promise you they hurt you, and you don't deserve it. You have to understand, it's really that you don't know what they're going to do. I mean, it could be your last moment in life. I mean, do not allow them to take away your life. I promise you now, we're all Jesus' name. You have to understand, I promise you, we're all Jesus. I promise you, you are saved whether you die or not. I mean, you're saved whether you die or not. I mean, just save your life anyway. I mean, save your life, please. I mean, if your child was getting attacked and another guy or woman was attacking your child, I mean, what would you want your child to do? I mean, would you want your child to fight back or to die? I mean, let's just put it like that. I mean, let's just say I need my child to fucking smash that cunt. Because I don't want my child dead. I mean, let's just make common sense out of it. I mean, why would you want yourself dead? I mean, nobody wants you dead, man. I mean, nobody wants you dead, woman. You understand? So, guess what? Personally, now, there are people that are going to help you if people are jumping you in front of other people. So, what you do, I realize that if I was in that situation now, personally, I'll fucking chuck away the selfie stick. I'll say, come at me. Personally, I understand that these people are going to jump in for me. Personally, now, whatever happens, I'll start fucking... I'm doing 3-on-1. I'm doing 3-on-1, and I'll just go with fists, mate. I'll go with fists. I'll make sure that no matter what, I mean, they're going to suss it out. Probably now it's going to be a fight. Probably now what's going to happen is, probably they're going to be like, wow, probably this guy's really going to fucking punch on. And now, guess what? I realize that what they're actually saying is that you let him go, you let him just keep fucking punching all the fucking way. And let's see what the fuck happens. You understand? Because it's just a punch on. Probably just a punch on for now. Probably as soon as somebody grabs a knife, probably as soon as somebody grabs a knife, I mean, now the crowd's like, fuck! I mean, the guy has a fucking knife. You get it? Probably now it's fucking different. Probably it's not longer, probably it's no longer a fight. Probably this is now war in terms of somebody's getting killed. Probably now punch on is just for fun first. Probably unless it looks like they're going to kill you. Probably now, I realize in a punch on, I realize that it's easy to kill somebody in a punch on. Probably it's easy. You go for the neck, you go for the eyes, you go for the nose. I mean, it's fucking all out brawl. I mean, I realize it's an all out brawl. I realize it's an all out brawl. You understand? Probably now, probably the crowd at first is going to say, fuck, let him punch on. And now if you're winning, I'm probably that no matter what, I'm probably they'll let you. Probably the crowd will let you win. And then you fucking kick him in the ass and fuck off. You understand? And that's that. You just go your way. I mean, at least you're defending yourself and that's it. And you don't even need the help. Probably now, if you need the help and they're fucking, I mean, you don't know how to fight and whatever. You understand? In that situation, I fight. I mean, if they attack me, I fight with fists all the way. And win or lose, I understand I'll never die. Because what will happen is the crowd will have my back. I understand the crowd will have my back. Because no matter what, I fucking go swinging and learn how to fight now. I learn how to fight. Although I realize if I didn't know how to fight, probably if you didn't know how to fight, you then will probably get smashed by these guys, and they're probably bigger than you, and they're probably outweighing you and everything. And 6 fucking fists against 2, you understand? So no matter what, I mean, it's 3 heads against 1. And now you have to understand that they tackle you down and they fucking pin you down, and now one's kicking you in the fucking ass, another one's patching your head, another one's kicking your head, and another one's kicking your head. I mean, one's holding you down while the other 2 are kicking your head and slamming you on the fucking ground, and you're bleeding, mate. I mean, you could be a woman or a man. I mean, whatever. I know nothing except die. So guess what? Probably now, if that's the case, and it looks like a situation where you're dying, you can call for help. You can say, help! You can say, help. You can say, I need you guys to help me. I need you guys to help. I mean, you can call for help. I promise you. I need you to really call for help. I need you to really go into the crowd and say, I need you guys to help me. I need you guys to, just go and ask for help. I mean, it's probably even better that you do so. Because they're not aware of you. I mean, they're not aware of you. I mean, they're going to stand up for you. I mean, go around the crowd. I mean, just go and sit around the crowd somewhere. I mean, if they're chasing you, I mean, go right into the cafeteria or where the people are. I mean, and let them fight you around the people. I mean, and now you say, I mean, these guys are ready to attack me. I mean, please help me. Please help me because they're going to attack me. Approaching, if you say that, approaching now, the crowd's going to be backing you up, and they're going to say, fuck off to that. I mean, they're going to say, fuck off to the guy or to them. You understand? So go around the crowd. I mean, that's a skill and a tactic. Unless you are me, I fucking punch on with them. You understand? And now you have to understand that no matter what, I can do the same thing. Although I'm probably much more willing to do so in a way that I understand that I can also make sure that it's much smarter to even go around the crowd and be like a pussy or some shit so that I never have to get into violence in the first place. You understand? Now it's probably even smarter to do so. You have to understand that you never know what's going to happen in the fight. You can get killed. You can get killed. And now, if you're so confident you're going to fucking chop these guys in a better way, and you're really chopping in terms of you can fight, and whatever happens, you can fight. And you understand you'll win. I mean, fucking go for it. I mean, if you understand that you're lacking confidence in a fight, I mean, just make sure that you go around other people and just call for help, please. I mean, let that be your courage in life, because you understand you'll lose. I promise you now, you have to understand that in that situation, I promise you, if they're attacking you, or if 3 people are attacking your son or daughter, I mean, you help them. Understand? I mean, let's just put it, I mean, whatever happens, I mean, in the first instant, I promise you now, if you see a son or daughter getting attacked in the first instant, they're just going after your child in the first second. I mean, they just went for them. You will fucking run into that. Now, that's how the crowd's supposed to be around you. And they're supposed to help you right away. Now, if they're not helping you, now, you have to understand that it's more, you have to do better. You understand? And you have to understand that you also look like George Floyd did, in terms of you will never die, although it's really that you have to understand that George Floyd is somebody who died because the police killed him. And now 3 officers went on top of him and they shot him and they arrested him. And he was bleeding while he was arrested. You get it? Now, what can the crowd do in that situation? I mean, nothing. I mean, that's the police. And it's 3 police officers against 1. And guess what? I have to understand that no matter what, I see him. I see what happened. And it's really that he was so, let's say, in that kind of moment. Although you have to understand, it's really that you have to understand that I realized that the crowd believed the police officers and not George Floyd. Now, he died that day. Now, the crowd fucking woke up and said, why did you kill him? And now those 3 police officers went to jail and they're sentenced for prison for life. You understand? Because you do not kill. I mean, no matter what your excuse is, you got no excuses, you killed somebody. And now they're egotistical police officers. And now that's the kind of situation between George Floyd and 3 police officers where he was attacked for a $20 bill by the police officers. I mean, he died. I mean, George Floyd didn't die for a $20 bill. Understand that it's really that the police killed him for the $20 bill. I mean, I realize that's how it happened. Although you have to understand that it's really, that is a different situation. And now, you have to understand that if 3 police officers are ready to kill you and they shoot you, I mean, start fighting. Start fighting all the way. I mean, you have to understand that he was totally pedigreed. I mean, George Floyd was totally pedigreed. I mean, pedigreed by 3 police officers against his will. I mean, start fighting and start getting his gun. I mean, it's really, I realize you don't even go for the police gun. I realize you don't go for the police's guy's gun. You don't go for their gun. You don't try to kill the police officer. You fucking try to escape somehow. I realize that George Floyd fucking had 3 police officers on him. The guy has a battalion and handcuffs and they're holding him down and this guy's shooting him while this guy's holding down. I mean, what are you supposed to do in that situation? I mean, how are you supposed to defend yourself? I mean, the guy's calling for his mom. I mean, that's so scary. I mean, that's so scary. I feel it. And that's totally not acceptable. You understand? I understand. I mean, you have to fight. You have to fight the police officers now. I mean, that's so much courage to do so. I mean, how are you going to escape the police officer? I mean, the guy's going to shoot you. I mean, the guy's got a gun. I mean, it's a suicide attempt. I mean, you have to understand. You have to do something. Huh? I mean, what are you going to do? I mean, how are you going to escape that? I mean, the crowd's not going to help you because the crowd believes the police officers. I mean, now that's what happened with me and this woman that I hit before. You have to understand that it's really that kind of scenario where the woman attacked me. And now with that scenario, I understand I fell into the ego there. I totally went to jail because I hit a woman. And now I understand that she hit me first. And now that's unacceptable. I understand I am not stupid. Although I understand that it's really that kind of situation where I attacked a woman before. I realized I never do it again because I was stupid. Because she attacked me and then I attacked her. And then I realized that I reacted. You understand? And now that's totally different. I mean, let's just forget about it. You understand? It's really that I'm not that type of guy anymore. You understand that I went through a tough time in Cairns. I had a security guard attack me also. And almost break my arm over me taking photos of a store. I took photos. I was taking photos. I never stole anything. I'm not a thief. I was taking photos of these stores around Cairns in terms of the supermarkets. And one owner there said, do not take my photo. He said, do not take photos here. And I said, why, man? I mean, I just take photos here. He calls the security guard, and the security, are you taking photos, man? And I'm like, I just took photos of you. I said over here that I realized I was saying why and all that. I realized that now, no matter what, I realized he needed to see my phone. I didn't show him my phone. I realized that I have credibility over here. I don't have to show him anything. I realized that I don't have to show him. Although, guess what? That it's best to do so. I realized now, in that situation where I didn't show him, I just prolonged a violent act. Understand? Because now he grabs onto me. Understand? And instead of that, I could have just shown him the video or photos I took. And that way, I realized I never took them. I just invested in them. And I would have deleted them. I never would. I realized that he would delete them. I realized I'll say, you deleted them. I realized whatever. Probably now he deletes them, I delete them, or whatever. And then I take responsibility. I do invest in my responsibility more, so I never steal my responsibility. I never take it. I just make sure that I go and invest in responsibility to just say I apologize, and I just remove the photos now because my ego was there. Understand? I realized my ego was there. I realized that they needed me to remove the photos for some reason. I realized that it's for some reason. I mean, they're trying to control you. They're egotistical people. They're trying to control you. It's like coming into your house and saying, you must get out of your house. They have no freedom of speech over here. It's the same thing. I go into a store and I take photos. I don't take photos. I just do some photos around the store. I realize now, they say it's private property. Why is it your private property? What makes you believe that it's your property over here? You have it on paper. What's that paper supposed to mean in life? How do you understand it's your property in life? It's a free country. That's what I was saying. And that's why I didn't show them, and I didn't have to show them, because I understand how smart I am in that picture. I realize that now. What's even smarter is understanding to never get hit in the first place, and understand that they're egotistical people, and just delete the photos when they ask you, because that way you just walk away and do not cause violence in the first place. Now, I'm so smart that I made them cause violence on I. Now, what's going to happen is the police comes and they arrest me. They arrest me for what? For doing some photos. I did some photos. They arrest me for that. That's the law. That's the law. They'll do that. They're stupid people. You understand? That's the law. They ban you from taking photos. How stupid is that? Now you have to understand that it's really that it's just like that. They're just making random laws up. You understand? Why do you even allow a phone to go into the supermarket then? Why is a phone allowed in a supermarket? The phone has a camera. Why would you allow it inside? They're stupid people. And they put you to jail for it because they did not ban phones inside a supermarket. You understand? Probably now, you probably will go to jail today. I realize that I say that you will never go to jail. You have to understand that it's really, you will probably go to jail there. I realize that it's probably, I understand that no matter what, you will never go to jail. I understand that it's probably, I understand that you must never go to jail. And it's really that you just forget about it and just move on. Because you do not allow others to break your hand either. I promise you now that if they are trying to tug away at you and break your arm, that calls for certainty to punch on. No matter how big the security guard is. Do not let them break your arm. You're innocent. Do not let them break you. Do not let them kill you. For them to break your arm is like, you have to understand, for them to break your arm is like you committed suicide. I mean, imagine your child or your woman or your man or your kids. I mean, a security guard who's big and Tarzan-like has your kid by the arm and is ready to break it. I mean, what would you do? You have to understand, you help them. You help them. You get him the fuck off. And you make sure that your kid never fucking gets their arm broken. And now that's what the security guard was doing with me. And now he has my arm ready to break my arm. I mean, he's fucking ready to break my arm. I realized that I was so scared. I was so scared. I didn't know what to do. I understand that the police is going to be on their side. I understand the police is going to be on their side about this. And no matter how much the guy, I mean, if he even broke my arm, I promise you that he would have broke my arm. I realized that no matter what, I promise you now, he would never break my arm. I promise you it's more that I realized he was ready to break my arm, and if he did, I promise you I'd still be going to jail. I mean, how fucked up is that? I mean, for just doing photos. I mean, do not take my photo because the Asian guy said. You understand? I mean, he doesn't like photos. I mean, the guy is very negative because he hiding. I realize he hiding some fucking drug in there, man. You understand? I mean, he got some drugs in there. I mean, he's doing something. I mean, he doesn't allow that. I mean, why? I mean, why are you denying photos in there, mate? I mean, what are you hiding? I mean, what are you hiding? I mean, what are you scared for? You understand? I mean, why are you scared of photos? I mean, look at me. I mean, I'm not going to kill you. I'm not going to kill anybody. You have to understand, though, that it's more, you have to understand that these situations, I'm just teaching you about how to go about it. And now, much better, I'll promise you that the best situation in that situation is just delete the photos in the first place so that you don't get your arm broken by the security guard and so that you don't go to jail. And also, so you don't get into a fight. And understand that you're very smart, although there is a smarter way. And the smarter way is just delete the photos first when they ask you. And if you go to the Army Embassy, I went to the Army Embassy and I was taking photos of their ships. I'm in the Navy in terms of the ships and all that, and the Army and the Navy. And I was taking photos like this, and the fence is saying whatever. I promise the fence was saying, "Do not take photos." I promise you now, I didn't see it. I didn't see it happening. I realized that no matter what, I didn't see the sign saying that. I promise you, they came up to me and they shined this nice, beautiful badge on me, and they said, "You're under arrest." I said, "What?" I mean, he said, "You're taking photos around here." I mean, what are you doing? I mean, I don't know. I mean, I just came here as a tourist to just do some photos around here. I promise you now. They said you have to walk that way. I mean, what for? I mean, the guy say I don't care. What for? I mean, I care. Although the other thing is really that they force me and they exert control now. I mean, now I promise you, if I don't choose to go with them, I promise you, it means that they're gonna fucking shoot me because of a photo. And now I went there, and now they got me on the floor, and realized there's army people around me. I realized the guy is doing all these questions, and I answered the questions. Although I had a decision here to keep going and never answer the questions, or answer the questions and just leave. Roshi, now the best decision is answer the question and just leave. Roshi, now if you prolong it, Roshi, they put you in jail. Roshi, they put you in jail, and whatever happens, Roshi, if you don't answer the questions, I promise you would remain in jail for eternity. Roshi, it's that simple. Roshi, now where is your freedom there? Roshi, they took away your freedom. Roshi, now who did? Roshi, now you have to understand that it's really, you're so smart that you buried yourself in the jail. Although, guess what? I promise you, within that is serenity, and it's also peace and bliss, and it's also understanding a new way of life. Roshi, there's a new way of life in that because you're totally innocent, and they put you in jail for 2 years, and all you did was just take photos. I mean, do you understand? I mean, that's it. I mean, you never just chose. You just chose to never answer their question. I promise you, they put you in jail for 2 years. I promise you, it's easy to do that. I could have done that. Unfortunately, how stupid is that? Unfortunately, that's the army. Unfortunately, that's the navy. I'm not them, though. You understand? I'm not them. Unfortunately, now, that's the police, too. Unfortunately, they bury you like, I realize that, unfortunately, they bury you in a prison like Nelson Mandela. Unfortunately, Nelson Mandela went to prison for 26 years, and the guy is innocent. Unfortunately, the guy is innocent. And now, unfortunately, Nelson Mandela probably chose never to answer their questions. Unfortunately, he chose to probably never answer their questions, and the truth is buried in the midst of what happened. Understand? Unfortunately, it happens. Unfortunately, it happens. And now, unfortunately, that with every single violent act, unfortunately, it can happen. You understand? It's really that Nelson Mandela is innocent. I mean, why is the guy in jail for 26 years? I mean, that's the same thing with the FBI in terms of the Navy with I mean, I could have went for 10 years in jail and just never ever say anything about why did I do the photos. I mean, they just put me in jail for 10 years and more. You understand? Unfortunately, is that worth it? Unfortunately, it's not worth it. Unfortunately, it's not worth it. Unfortunately, now they're that stupid, though. Unfortunately, they're that stupid. Unfortunately, now it's the ego. Unfortunately, it's their egos. And now, I understand now I have power. I have power of this. You can see the power now. You can see the power of Nelson Mandela. I mean, that's the ego right there. I mean, you see that 26-year gap? And that's how you can find the ego now. You can find the ego by understanding that egos will exert control over you. Actually, the egos the egos will exert control over you and make sure that you have nothing. Actually, now that's what happened with me in Adelaide. And now I'm better than yesterday. I'm like this, but just better. You have to understand, I'm better than everything. Although I'm better than yesterday about 2 months ago. And I'm still better than yesterday. Although in Adelaide, I'm better than yesterday, and they surround me. And they lock me up in that mental health hospital. And it's really that it's a hospital for now. I went to the shower, and the security guard knocks on my door and he says, over there. I'm like, I'm saying, what happened? I just go over here. I realize I see security guards. I don't know what's going on. I'm better than yesterday. I'm really smart. I'm healthier than ever. I have the best mental health everywhere. I have the best mental health. I have everything much better. I go there. I say, I see this guy coming in. I see the guy saying, are you all right? I mean, what's going on? I mean, I don't know what's going on. I mean, the guy's saying, you are going to the mental health ward. Are you all right with that? And I'm like, what for, man? I mean, the guy believes that I've been sick. I'm not sick. Unfortunately, now, I showed the guy my Instagram. I have over 9,000 photos of myself. Unfortunately, that guy probably doesn't even have Instagram. Unfortunately, it's more that I'm better than yesterday. I told him a lot about entrepreneurship and leadership and life. And then he goes and tells everybody that I've been sick. And now I'm not sick. I'm not sick, although he's lying to everybody that I've been sick. Unfortunately, now they believed him right away. Unfortunately, they believed one guy who said that he's sick. Unfortunately, it's like me going into the hospital with you. And now you are teaching you're teaching I how to live life. You're teaching I how to live life. And you're teaching me the best ideas in the world. I say thank you very much. And you also give me your business card. You're giving me your business card. You have over 400 hours of content online. And you have over 10,000 Instagram photos. And you're better than yesterday. You're your best version. And now I look at your business card. I don't pick it up. I just go. I mean, there's no thank you. And there's nothing of that nature. You understand? And now that guy comes back. And they put you in the hospital bed. And they call the security guards. And now they're also making sure to just check your stuff. And they take up all your stuff and they go and say, you're coming with us. and now you're forced to go with them to the mental health hospital. And now they put you in a hospital and they take all of the stuff, and you're just there. You're just in a mental health hospital now, and you're there for 2 days. I mean, they exert control over you, and I mean, you now have to wait. You never have to wait, although, I mean, they're making you say that you have to take medications, and they're saying that you also have to take this, and that you have to go eat, and you have to go and sleep at this time, and they're checking up on you every single hour. And they're also saying that the psychologist will see you, and you're in a mental health ward now. I mean, you're with the sick people and with the crazy people. I mean, you're with the sick people now, and you're better than yesterday. I mean, how does that work? I mean, that's what happened to me in Adelaide. I mean, for the 3rd time. Although, guess what? Approaching the 1st time, I was sick. Approaching the 2nd time, I was sick the 2nd time. Approaching now, I'm always. Although, I understand now that I deserve to be there. Although now the 3rd time, approaching no. Approaching the 3rd time, no. And why? I mean, this time, they put me in a rehab, and I'm better than yesterday. I mean, nobody's putting me in rehab now. You have to understand that is what happened. And why? Or is it because they're egos? Or is it too much egos? And now Grant Cardone said to me, in terms of his video, I mean, he said, stay away from the hospitals. I mean, stay away from them. And I chose not to listen. I went to the hospital because I suffered before a panic attack. And I went to check my heart. I went to check my health. And they put me in a mental health ward. I mean, they put me in a mental health ward for 2 days. And how did I escape? I said, I'll never take your medications. I said also that, and I said I'd love to leave, and that's that. I'm now here because I have to do that. You have to say that you're never taking the medications, and that you're also never going to stay there, although you're going to leave now, and that you're ready to leave. Although you have to see a doctor first, and you have to talk to him, and then he's going to ask you questions. And then once that happens, you have to see that you can go. It's that simple. And now when I was in that mental health ward, I was so scared. I was like, what is happening? Whereas now, I see what is happening. I see what's happening. Although I understand that I never was. I'm just now. Whereas now, from that point of view, I realized that I never have to go to a hospital ever again, because I realized that they will put me again in a mental health ward. Because I'm better than yesterday. I'm better than yesterday, and they're going to put me in a mental health ward. Still. I mean, that's how they are. Well, that's what they do in the hospitals. I mean, they force control over you and just put you in a mental health ward. I mean, no matter who you are. I mean, your son is 2 years young, and they go and put him into a mental health facility with other people who are sick. I mean, that's the same thing. I mean, how bullshit is that? I mean, how sick is that? You understand? And that's what happened. I mean, why? I mean, why a 2-year young child? I mean, why a 20-year young baby? I mean, what's the difference between 2 and 28? Well, there's a big difference. I mean, both are innocent. I'm Richard Bennett. I promise you now, you cannot say that the baby who is 1 year of young is more innocent than Jesus, who is 33. You got nothing to say there. You cannot say that a 1 year on, I realize you cannot say that a 1 year young baby is better than Jesus at 33 years of age. I mean, let's just put it out there. I mean, don't judge my age. You understand? I mean, if you judge my age and you say a baby who is 1 year young is very innocent, I mean, you're just too egotistical then, man and woman. Understand? Or the whole deal is that now, in this video, I've taught you some ways and life skills to understand that if somebody attacks you or your kid or somebody on the street, I mean, please help them. I mean, don't let them get stabbed. I realize that now. I did see one opportunity where this woman was calling for help. I mean, she was calling for help, and I didn't help her. I mean, the guy's stealing her car. I mean, the guy's stealing her car and he's grabbing her bag and she's defending it. I mean, now you have to understand, you have to defend your possessions. You have to defend what you have. I can see that. I mean, if somebody's trying to steal your car, you defend yourself totally and utterly. I mean, do not let them steal your car. I mean, do not let them steal your house or have what you have. I mean, do not let them steal it. You understand? Because there are thieves alive. And the thieves will kill you and rob you of your wisdom. Or they will never get your wisdom. Actually, they'll never get really what they're after. And do not waste your life for that. I mean, do not waste your life for them trying to kill you and take your stuff. So what you do is you make sure to fucking bash them and fucking make sure to run away as quickly as possible, because fuck the car and fuck everything. I mean, just get the fuck away from the guy or woman. I mean, let them fucking steal the car. You understand? I mean, let them fucking take your possessions. I mean, just do not let them fucking kill your life. Actually, that's it. Actually, now, I've seen the fucking woman. I seen her, and she's fucking getting attacked for a car. I said, fuck off. I said, fuck off in that moment. And I realized that it's in Auburn over there in Sydney. I realized night time. I realized 9 o'clock at night. I mean, the woman's getting robbed by the guy. I mean, in front of my face. I mean, I didn't fucking dare go over there. I mean, you crazy? You fucking nuts? Actually, you don't do that. Actually, that's a different scenario. And why is it different? Because the guy is stealing a car. And it's the ego just saying that he needs the car. I realize it's not the ego. I realize that you have to understand that guy is really the ego. Actually, it's the ego. And now he can fucking kill you over the car? I mean, fuck off. I mean, you don't fucking get involved over a car. You understand? And now, you have to understand that if I went there and protected her, I'd probably get killed. Probably now that scenario is different. And why is it different? Because she's defending him over the car. I mean, why are you defending the car for? I mean, I'm more than smart enough to see that in that stage. I realized that was 2 years ago. I realized, fuck. I realized somebody's getting robbed in front of me. I realized that when I was 13, I was walking back from my primary school, and these junkies are on the floor. I realized 2 guys. And I fucking see them spreading everything of toys on the floor. I realized they're spreading toys and fucking just stuff on the floor. And they're spreading it out. I was like, fucking look. I realized it's my stuff. I said to them, that is my stuff. I was not supposed to say anything. I was not supposed to say anything in that moment. And now, as soon as I said that, they ran away. They ran away. And now the point is that if you see people who are selling your stuff, I mean, you never say anything, because if you say something, you get killed. They kill you. And now, why am I so lucky? I did it in the open. I mean, how lucky is that? You have to understand that if they're robbing your house and you walk in the house while they're robbing you, they kill you. They kill you. I mean, what can you do? I mean, I'm not a 13-year-old. I'm never old. You have to understand, a 13-year-old young child to go into a room or a place where 2 junkies or 2 guys are stealing your stuff. I mean, what are they going to do? And they look at you and they kill you. And they look at you and kill you. I mean, no matter who it is. I mean, they look at you and kill you. I mean, their egos. Especially if my 50-year father, in terms of my biological father, I'm not them, understand, unfortunately, even if he went into the house while they're robbing the fucking house, or flat, I lived in a flat back then, realized that they'd fucking kill him. Unfortunately, there's a butcher knife, unfortunately, there's everything. Unfortunately, now, what kind of everything? Unfortunately, now, that it's really, that everything is inside, although everything outside is fucking shit. I realize that everything outside of you is fucking shit compared to what's inside. You understand? I don't give a fuck about what I have outside of me. Whereas what's important is what's inside. I was like, I care about my health. And now I said something that day. I told him something. I told him how stupid I was. And now you have to understand that it's really, they became more aware that day. From that day, they stopped doing that. They became more aware from that day on to never steal stuff again. Because now it's in the open. I said in the open. Now, that day, they became so aware that they understood that they would have killed I if I was in that flat while they were stealing my stuff. I mean, it was, I promise you, it's been probably 2 hours that if I arrived 2 hours later, if I arrived 2 hours before into my flat, I promise you I would have met them there. I just came from my public school. I just came as a 13-year young kid. I'm a baby now. I was a kid before. I'm a baby now. I'm a baby. I'm even younger than them. Understand? So understand me now. Promise you, if you see robbers or somebody who's grabbed your car or somebody, let's say, who stole your stuff and you see them on the street, you don't say anything because they're going to get caught very soon. You just hold on. Promise you that they are unaware of it and they're getting caught and they will get judged. You have to understand. Promise you shush, because if you open it, I realize if you open your mouth, I realize that they stole your stuff and now they have a better life too. Understand? Promise you now. Promise you, what's the difference? Promise you, the difference is you're better either way. You're better either way. Promise you, it's more that you are. You're either way. Promise you, that it's more how you opened it. You opened them to be better. Promise you, now, if you open them to be better in that moment, promise you, now you are saying how much better you are and how much of a kind heart you have. You understand? So what can you do in that situation? Promise you, it's best to understand that if you make them aware right now, you forgive them. You forgave them already, so you make them aware that they are the culprit of who stole your stuff in the open. And now nobody else is going to, let's say, jump in for you or help you because they don't believe you. Although that person who stole your stuff in car will become more aware. And your face is the face that they will remember for a lifetime about how much you saved their life. Because they're aware now. Understand? So what you can do is say something like that. So what I did as a 13-year young kid, I'm a baby now, is I just opened it. I said, that's my stuff. You guys stole my stuff. I said that. And they understand that. They took awareness. They understood the awareness that I gave them. And it's the silence that I gave them. I silenced them. I made them speechless. And then when you make people speechless, you make them inspired to never ever do that again. I promise you now, from that day on, I rose from that day on. I promise you now, it's really how I started to become worse than yesterday from that point. Although it's really, I helped 2 lives. I helped 2 souls do better from that point. And let it be. I realize that it's all you can do. I realize that you expose the thieves. If you see the thief on the street, you say, you stole my stuff, I've seen you. You just say it. You say it in front of their face. You say to the thief, you stole my stuff, I've seen you. I've seen you. I understand you took my stuff. Promise you change their life. So change their life completely. Whereas now, promise you that either way, you have to understand that it's more how you understand that you never let other people break your arm. You never let other people hit you. So if you are better than yesterday, I realize if you're better than yesterday and you don't hit yourself, why would you let other people hit you? If your kid is so beautiful, why would you let other people hit him or her? Why? That's how I feel. Why would I let somebody else hit me? And self-defense. I get the crowbar. I get whatever. I go around people. I go help myself with around people. I say, help me. I say, help me. I'll say to them, I need your help. I need your help. I need your help. I start with my I. I start with you. I start with questions. Are you guys able to help me? You guys can help me now. you can see that they're going to attack me. Understand? Well, that's different. So, if your biological parents or somebody is sending a knife at you, I mean, get the fuck away from them. And also, make sure they understand that you do not go in the house when they're in the house, and do not go around people who abuse you and bash you. And also understand that if they bash you and abuse you, probably they'll kill you. Probably they just haven't done it yet. Probably now, those who are violent with you right now, I mean, if they're violent with you, I mean, they just not have killed you yet. Probably they'll kill you eventually. Probably now, do not go around, I realize, do not go around violent people. I mean, why would you allow your child or spouse or anybody to go around other people who are violent? I mean, why? I mean, they're gonna. I mean, why would you do that? You never do that. You protect your family, and you say, "Fuck no." You say, "Fuck no." I mean, get away from them. I mean, they're violent. I mean, do you see that? You don't let your child or woman or anybody go to somebody else who are violent. I mean, it's just common sense. And you definitely do not let them get attacked by other people. You defend them. You smash them. You make sure that your family is safe. And now, I realize that if you see other people getting attacked, I realize now there's a different scenario over here with the thief. I realize the thief is different. I realize the thief who's trying to steal the car is different. Actually, now, I'm not there to save the car's life. You get it? Actually, now, I have been aware that it's about the car. And the guy drove off with the car already. And that's that. Apparently, it really happened quickly. Apparently, it happened really quickly. Understand? Apparently, within 2 seconds, I am looking, and then guess what? Apparently, the guy just like this and gets in the car and fucks off. I mean, speeds off, and it's really quick. And that's how quick it was. Apparently, now I understood I was there. I'm here now. And now she's terrified. I mean, she's terrified. And now what I could have done, I could have walked up to her. I could have walked up to her and said, "Are you okay? I see what happened." I didn't even do that. I didn't do that. I was so scared. I was so afraid. I was afraid. I mean, she just got attacked. I was afraid about, I was afraid about everything. I mean, was I the ego? I mean, no, I was just afraid. I was afraid. I was so afraid to even approach it. I mean, I don't know why. I just didn't have the leadership. I mean, if you see somebody who just was in an attack by somebody else and the person left, I mean, go and approach him and go and give him a helping hand and say, "I'm here for you. I'm here for you. I was watching from over there." Understand? You just say that. And you just help them. You just be with them. I mean, that woman was crying and I didn't fucking care. Although I was so scared. I didn't have the leadership skills. I did care. I didn't have the leadership skills. I was so scared to even approach her. And now you just approach her and you say, "Are you okay? I mean, don't worry about the car. I mean, don't worry. I mean, that guy's going to get caught very soon. You just hold on. I mean, do you need the ambulance? I mean, what do you need? I mean, are you okay? Do you have some money? I'll help you with some money." I mean, help her. I mean, her car just got stolen. I mean, you understand, sister? So no matter what, you just do that. I mean, if somebody's car is getting stolen or somebody was in an attack, I mean, make sure they understand that if it's about possessions, let it be. And let the person steal their possessions, because you don't give a fuck about the possession. Actually, if I attack that guy, I die straight away. I would die. Actually, that guy would have a knife or gun on him. Understand? I promise you that no matter what, I promise you that when a thief is trying to steal possessions, I promise you they got a gun, I promise you they got a knife. I mean, it's like going to the bank and robbing people of plastic money, which is possessions. And they shine it up real nice in your face and say, "You give me all that plastic money," which is possessions. And that's the same thing with this thief. Actually, now, you understand how close I was to death there. You have to understand, I was so close to death. I was so close to death with the two junkies and also with this thief who stole the car. And now I understand much greater. Actually, I was almost in death with the 3 who attacked me in Cairns, and also the 20 Asians who attacked me in Cabramatta in terms of Liverpool. Understand? I mean, 4 times. And then also, there was another guy who I had a fight with. And he took a baseball bat. And he has a baseball bat. And he's flying at me. I mean, he's running to hit me with a baseball bat. I mean, that's like me saying, I'm not running at you with the knife. You have to understand. I realize that it's like I would be running at you with a knife. I mean, how scary is that? I mean, how scary does this look? How scary is that? That looks scary. Understand? So, that guy has a baseball bat. And now, guess what? A bunch of the crowd is around me there. And one of the guys handed over one of the wrenches. The wrench. For the car. You have the... Whereas the wrench is more used for the car in terms of you undo the screws. And I had the wrench. I could have got the wrench. Although I never did. I never went for the wrench. And now, anytime that you are in a situation where it's weapons against weapons, you remove yourself from the situation. You forget the weapons against weapons because it's suicide. Let's just say that. You don't fight weapons against weapons with other people. And one person is going to die. I'm not dying. You understand? So realize that whatever I just said, I'm not going to die. You understand? It's really that I'm not dying. You understand? It's really that you understand that if you go weapons, and I realize if you go weapons against weapons with other people, probably one of you will die. And whoever dies is dead, and the other one will go jail. So it doesn't end in anything great. And either way, you are both going jail for attacking each other with weapons as well. Actually, no excuses. Actually, now what happened with that? I said, no, I didn't grab the wrench. Apparently, he was coming at me with the baseball bat. I said no to the wrench because I had so much smarts back then, and I was 17. I was 17 years of age. I said I would never fight him with a wrench. You understand? And now he's coming at me, and then suddenly I have a crowd around me. And I realized one of my friends, he jumped in. He said, "You fucking jumped me, cunt." He just fucking went in front of me, and I realized he went in front of the guy, and he said, "Fucking hit me." I realized that he defended me like that. Understand? And the guy just like, the guy's like, I have to go hit him. The guy's like that. He has to hit me. You listen to me now. Now the crowd's around me, so that means what I said in Cairns is if this happens and somebody's flying at you with a knife or gun or something, I promise you that somebody in the crowd is going to save you, like my friend Jonathan did. You understand? I promise you, always be my friend. You have to understand that the crowd will help you if they see that somebody is about to hit you with a weapon or about to kill you, because the guy's flying at me with a baseball bat and I realize he's going to fucking hit me across the head at least. And now that can kill me in one shot. You have to understand. I realize that's 5 times now that I could have died. You understand? I could have died. And I also could have committed suicide on top of 3. I realized I could have committed suicide on 3 occasions, on different occasions where I drove on the highway. I could have flipped the car because of the ego. And also I could have drowned myself because of the ego. And that's too much thinking. And also I could have stabbed myself in the throat with a knife because of the ego and because of too much thinking. You understand? Because I was schizophrenic and diagnosed as a schizophrenic because of psychosis, of drug-induced psychosis. I took too much drugs and meth and ice and also weed and cocaine and ecstasy. So guess what? I realized that this guy jumped in front of me. I realized he didn't jump in front of me. I realized he jumped to save me. In front of people. And now if I realized if that guy hits him, I would fucking go for him. You understand? You have to understand me now. If he got fucking hit, I fucking go for him. You understand? So no matter what, I'm now fucking ready to smash him. You understand? So if that happens, you fucking smash him. You don't fucking allow someone who's trying to save you fucking die. You understand? So understand me now. Now if that ever happens, I promise you that's what I'll fucking do. I'll fucking go smash the cunt. I promise you now with weapons, I say fuck no. I don't need fucking weapons. I fucking elbow the fucking cunt. I'll elbow him. I'll fucking brush him. You understand? I'll make sure of it. I'll make sure the guy goes to prison. I don't use weapons. So no matter what, you realize that in a fight, you do not use weapons. You have to understand though, that what happens is that if you use weapons with people who are attacking you, you have to understand that you realize this. You never need to use weapons. You never need to use a weapon to hit anybody in life. You understand? You never need to use weapons to hit anybody. So realize that if you do, I realize it's just to fucking run away. And that's that. I mean, you're not using weapons to do anything other than save your life. Now, in that situation, I have fucking many people around me. I don't need to fucking use a weapon to, you understand? Now, in that situation where those 3 people were, in terms of the cans situation, now I could have used a weapon. I could have used a weapon because I didn't know about my life over there. Now, they could have killed me. I don't know if they have a pocket knife or something. I get the weapon. I get the weapon there. Now, with the 20 Asians, now with them, it's different. Now with them, I see it's another hour. So it's been 4 hours now. So no matter what, you have to understand that it's really, understand this. That whatever is going on is better. Although, guess what? I promise you with the Asians who attacked me with terms of the 20, now with that, I get the weapon. I get the weapon. I get something right now. They all run away. I fucking whack all of them. Understand? Because it's 20 on 1. Understand? I have crowd around me too. Understand that? I realize that no matter what, I realize that you use a weapon when you're scared for your life. I mean, when you're scared for your life, you use a weapon. I realize that if you're not scared for your life, you don't use a weapon. I realize that you only use a weapon to help save your life. But do not use a knife. Do not use a knife, please, and do not use a gun. That's to kill somebody. Use a weapon like a fucking speaker or some shit. Get the fucking speaker on them or some shit. You understand? Fucking start throwing shit at them. Get this fucking taser or something. Get the taser or some shit. You understand? Get cardboard or some fucking painting or some shit and fucking just hit them or some shit. You understand? Approaching now, I'm honest. You listen to me now. You don't allow them to kill you. You don't allow your child to get killed. Why would you allow yourself to get killed? You don't allow your family to get killed. You lived with your biological parents for how long? And you lived with your family for how long? And then one guy shows up and he's bashing one of your family members on the floor. You may be having an image of who that is. And they're just fucking smashing them. What the fuck are you going to do? You're going to fucking smash him. You understand? You're going to smash him. You're going to go and smash him because you don't allow your family to get hit by any other. Or else you don't allow your family to get hit by other people. You don't allow it. I was so weak here. I was so weak to fight. I didn't understand the way of life. Whereas now, there is one guy of this way where I was in Cairns and this guy chucking sandwiches at me and spitting in my face. Whereas now, you have to understand that that is different. Whereas now, that the best thing you can do is just walk away. I promise you now, I walked away. I promise you that it's a nice, beautiful scenario. The guy's spitting in my face. And fucking throwing this burger in my face. And fucking, just a little bitch. Fuck me dead. The guy's fucking getting all his food and throwing chips at me and fucking everything. You understand? I realized that no matter what, I realized he's 1 meter away from me. The guy's bigger than me. The guy's fucking 2 heads taller than me. The fucking guy is just throwing everything at me. Whatever. I never fucking took it to heart. I realized the guy's a fucking bitch. I fucking went somewhere else. You understand? So what I mean by bitch is that he's a wuss. The guy's a pussy. The guy's a little fucking wiener. He's a little cock in life. You understand? I mean that. You realize that. I fucking walked away. And now when I realized when some fucking idiot is just coming chucking stuff at you, I mean, they're little fucking wieners in life. I mean, just walk away. I mean, they're just fucking tired of everything. I mean, they're fucking crying. You understand? So just walk away and do not fight. I mean, if the guy hits you and he's bigger than you, or if she's bigger than you and she hits you, I mean, get something. Because the guy or woman is 2 heads taller than you and whatever. I mean, even if they fucking hit you, I mean, get something, because you never know if they get a knife or something. I mean, get something. I mean, don't strangle them. I mean, don't fucking strangle them. I mean, don't kill them. I mean, just fucking bruise them. I mean, scare them around. I mean, scare them. I mean, make sure that you can fucking run off. I mean, if you can run away from a fight, I mean, do it, please. I mean, the best thing you can do is stay around people first. I mean, if you can get away from them and get to the people and be around the people and fight in front of them, actually, it's much easier to understand that the people will separate you. I mean, the people are much easier, and I realize they're much easier and likely to break up the fight when you're around them than when you're 20 meters away from them fighting. I mean, go and fucking fight next to the people and bring the fucking attention right to them and let them fucking see right in their eyes about what's going on. You say, you guys have to help me. You can see, I mean, let's go. I mean, you guys have to help me. You guys have to help me over here. I mean, there's 3 of them and 1 of me. I mean, are you serious? You understand? I mean, do not let yourself die. I mean, get a weapon and fucking be with the people and say, you guys have to help me. I mean, there's 3 of them. And then just hold on. I mean, hold on and see what they do. You understand? I mean, see what they do. I mean, if they go for you, I mean, just fucking whack him in front of the people. You understand? So no matter what, I mean, you have to understand. I mean, that's life. I mean, it's not them. You have to understand, it's not them. I mean, it's the people, in terms of those people who attack you, are egotistical and they're ready to kill you. So go in front of the people and go be with the people and ask for help, please. I mean, just do not allow yourself to die. So if somebody in your family or around you is about to kill you and they're running away, I mean, they're running directly for you with a knife. Approaching now, what you do is straight away try to get away. Although first, get yourself fucking something over here. I mean, get a fucking can or something. I mean, you may get stabbed. I mean, you may get stabbed. I don't know. You may run away from it. I mean, get through the window. I mean, fucking get the fuck away from the house. I mean, what's an escape route here? I mean, you have to understand that it's really, I am much smarter for doing that. I realize that if my dad tries to kill me, I realize that this fucking door is no chance for me to get out of this. I realize that what I fucking do is, I don't fucking know. I fucking get this motherfucker. I get this motherfucker. I fucking bang, I slap him, and then I fucking run for the door. I run for the fucking door. I make sure that whatever, I mean, he may stab me, I don't know. Although I make sure I fucking push him into the fucking TV, and I fucking make a run for it. I mean, do you understand? I don't fucking go there fucking punching on with someone who has a fucking butcher knife or a fucking knife. You understand? So, whatever you do, you have to understand that whatever you do in life, I promise you, if they have a gun or a fucking knife, I mean, run away as fast as possible. I mean, just run. I mean, use whatever you can. Please. Although, just fucking run. And just do not use a knife. I mean, do not kill them. I mean, use something else. I mean, if you use a knife, I mean, you don't use a knife. I mean, it's going to be a bloodbath. Actually, a knife, they do not feel the knife going through them. Actually, this knife, you have to see that this knife here, actually, if it goes through my leg, you don't feel it. You don't feel it. You don't feel the knife. I promise you, it's so easy to just keep stabbing. It's so easy. I mean, do you understand? I promise you that this, I promise you they'll be scared of this much more than the fucking knife. I promise you this is much bigger, and you understand? I promise you this is much more heavy. I promise you it's much more heavy. I promise you this is more for the neck. You understand? I Actually, that's more for the neck and head and all that. So realize that, I mean, that's for the fast kill. I mean, the knife is for the fast kill. Although the fucking this is never gonna fucking kill anybody in life. That's more to fucking just tumble him over or some shit and just fucking run. I'll get the fucking speaker. I fucking chuck the speaker at him. And by the time it happens, he's gonna be like this. I fucking fly kick him really quickly and then I'll fucking go, mate. You understand? I promise you. I promise you. Now, you have to understand the ego is here. Although, you guess what? You be honest with yourself. If somebody runs at you with a knife or a baseball bat or anything in terms of some weapon, you make sure that if it's just you and them, you get away as soon as possible, and you do not use a knife on them, and you do not use a gun on them ever. I mean, do not shoot them with a gun, and do not stab them, because that's suicide. And you have to understand that if you're really smart with a gun, I mean, you shoot the fucking legs. You shoot the legs. You have to understand that they'll never die. Personally, they'll never die if you shoot the legs. I mean, if you can shoot the legs, and you are expert or something like that, you have to understand that nobody's an expert. I promise you that it's really that if you can shoot the leg, I promise you don't shoot the body. You don't shoot the head. I mean, if you shoot the arm, I mean, the arm's better. I mean, you shoot the arm or the leg, I promise you that you can get away from it. I mean, you can get away with it. You understand? I promise you now, I promise you the knife, I mean, don't even go for it. I mean, don't even go for it because they may have a fucking butcher knife. I don't know what you have. Because it's easy to stab you while you're stabbing. I realize it's easy to stab you while you're stabbing them. You understand? I promise you, while they're stabbing you, I promise you, it's so easy to. I mean, while you are stabbing them, I promise you, it's easy for them to stab you and keep stabbing you. I promise you, just exchanging stabs. I promise you, it's really quick. I promise you, now that's fucked. You understand? I promise you, then you don't die from the stabs. You have to understand, you don't die from the stabs. You die from the blood just pouring in you. I mean, you die from that. You have to understand that the bullet doesn't kill you. Actually, it's the wound. Understand? Actually, the wound of how the blood is just escalating inside of you, and then you just die. Understand? Actually, now, some bullets have a fucking poison in it. And as soon as it goes in you, I mean, you probably don't even have a fucking wound. And the fucking poison kills you. Understand? Actually, some bullets do that. Actually, the bullet can be this big and have fucking poison in it, and you fucking die because of the poison. Understand? Actually, shotguns are really meant to fucking escalate you bleeding. You have to understand that. So no matter what, you just understand that you never own a gun, and you never go with a pocket knife anywhere, and never bring a knife, please, anywhere. Because you have to understand that I brought a knife in Cairns, and I was very pissed off. And you have to understand that it's really, my ego was trying to get the best of me. And I had a knife, and I had a butcher knife in my bag. And I took a bike around Cairns. I realized that I took a bike around Cairns, and this guy who's drunk, I asked him, are you right? And the fucking guy slapped me, bro. And sister. I realized, bro and sister. I realized no matter what, I'm not gay, I'm not bisexual, although guess what? I mean, that's just a personal preference. Fortunately, I had a knife with me. Fortunately, now I could have fucking escalated and just got the knife and stabbed him right there. Because of that. Whereas now, most people who are negative, you have to understand, I'm not negative. Fortunately, now, those people who are negative will fucking get the knife and stab the guy because of that. And then it's your ego, and it's no longer you doing it. Whereas that I have so much empathy. You understand that back then I had also so much empathy to say that that guy's an idiot, and I just moved on. Understand? So be careful and just do not mess with your life. I mean, do not bring a knife with you anywhere, because the coppers are going to find and check you out and say, what are you doing with a knife? I mean, why do you have a knife, man? And why you bring a knife? I mean, who are you trying to kill? Understand? So it doesn't make common sense to have a knife with you for anything. I mean, you can always do it with a plastic knife. I mean, bring a plastic knife then. I mean, I have plastic knives. I bring a plastic knife everywhere. And I mean, plastic knives will not kill anybody. And you have to understand, it's really the fork and spoon, which is plastic cutlery. I use it always via my travels, and I don't use it to kill people. You understand? I'm not a killer. You have to understand, it's really, I'm teaching you some self-defense mechanisms here, and what you can do to save your life, because you never know. I promise you. Now, what you do also is understand that you try to get away from the person as soon as possible and as quickly as possible if they're trying to kill you. Now, unfortunately, there's a different scenario, and it's a scenario of if they are attacking you with a weapon and trying to kill you in front of people with a weapon, you run. You run towards the people. You run towards the people. You don't run away from the people, man. Because the people will not chase you, man. You run towards the people because the people will see fucking somebody running with a knife to kill somebody. So what you do is understand that some people may run away from that and may be totally scared. You understand? Although some people will be brave enough to help you. You just say, I need help. I need help. And you have to understand that if they're attacking you, you say, I need help. I need help. You run towards the people, please. I mean, you have to understand that if somebody's ready to hit you with a baseball bat, you have to understand that as Jonathan, my friend, who's jumped in front of me, unfortunately somebody else will jump in front of you. Unfortunately, they will not jump in front of you. Unfortunately, they'll jump to save you. Understand? Unfortunately, now, Jonathan didn't jump in front of me. Unfortunately, Jonathan helped me to save I. I realized he helped I to save I. I realized Jonathan helped I to save thyself, which is I. Understand? So Jonathan helped I to save my life. So no matter what, you have to understand that somebody who will jump in to save your life always in front of a crowd. Although when there's no crowd involved, I mean, get the fuck out of there as soon as possible. And well, I mean, what you have to understand that is never get into a fight or violence in the first place. I mean, don't go where violence is. I mean, if you see a protest, I mean, do not go to fucking protests in life. You have to understand that protest is more like a sanction. I mean, it's more like when the government makes a law and these fucking people start fucking corresponding in another way. And they say, fuck your laws. And they start to fucking bash and terrorize everything around the streets. That's called a protest. And do not fucking go to them because that's all full of violence. And don't be that. I mean, don't go there because the police are ready with fucking battalions to fucking hit your fucking face. You understand? I mean, do not be with those people because those people don't even have your back. You understand? So don't go there. Whereas that now, during the coronavirus, in terms of what's happening around the world here in 2020, understand that in Serbia, I mean, they fucking had a massive protest and they fucking started bashing the fucking everything over there. I mean, they started demonizing and demolishing the parliament area and fucking making a mess everywhere. So just understand that. Whereas now, I mean, you don't do that. You don't make a mess everywhere. You just make sure you clean yourself up and be organized and make sure to not go around people who are egotistical. And do not fucking shine a fucking finger at them either anymore. Because either way, those fucking idiots not even understand what this is. Understand? I mean, they'll fucking kill you for this. So realize no matter what, you don't go to nightclubs anymore and pubs and theaters in terms of the nightlife, bars and all that. Because what the fuck are you going to do there? I mean, what the fuck will you do at the casino? You have to understand there is nothing there. I mean, you're going to chase women, bro. I mean, why don't you become a millionaire and a billionaire first and the fucking woman will chase you? And the same goes for women. I mean, become a billionaire and a millionaire and I'll promise you, and you'll see that how much men and women and everything will chase you. Understand? Because you're popular in life. So no matter what, go for popularity and understand that what you have to do daily is understand to never, ever, ever put yourself in a situation where somebody may kill you. I mean, as you see my biological dad. So what did I do? I realized I fucking got the car. I didn't even fucking go to him. I let him be and he woke up and he understands that he has nothing to think about. And that's the whole point. I mean, get to that point. I mean, have nothing to think about and make sure that people are not thinking at all. Because when the people are thinking about you, I mean, they're too crazy and they're too angry about you. And they're ready to kill you. I promise you, my biological mother is so fucking angry because she's always fucking ready to kill me in life. I promise you that no matter what, I promise you, she's got a fucking gun in her fucking basement too. I promise you, now that fucking woman's even crazier than my biological dad. You have to understand. I mean, she got a gun. You have to understand. I promise you that she said, I'll fucking shoot you. I'll never shoot you though. I'll never shoot anybody. You have to understand that I don't care about what she said. Broshi, now, that is totally out of the question. I'll never kill anybody. Broshi, it's more that I'm saving your life. I'm giving information on how to protect yourself. And it's just that. I realized that the best thing you can do is get away from violence. and do not get in violence and do not hit back. I realized now with the woman, I realized that in that situation, I fell. I realized that the woman is not going to kill me. Actually, she just fucking gave me a slap. I mean, a big fucking hit on the... I mean, she fucking gave me a big hit on the face. I mean, she's egotistical. You have to understand that it's a woman who is unaware of what she's doing. And she fucking gave me one of those punches in the head as I fucking was driving my bike out of fucking nowhere. And she just fucking knocked me unconscious. You understand? I mean, she fucking knocked me out to the point my ego fucking controlled me. You understand? I'm pretty sure that's what the fuck happened. I'm pretty sure she knocked me unconscious with the fucking hit. And then I became the ego before. I mean, as soon as she hit me, I became unconscious before. I'm not unconscious now. I'm not the ego. You understand? It's really that she made me unconscious before. And now, you have to understand that I realize that I am not blaming her. I'm not blaming anybody. Because now, you have to understand that the ego is here. I have an ego here. And now, you have to understand that the ego never has control over the I. Whereas now, what I do is I just enjoy my life. I understand that no matter what, that when somebody hits you, you have to understand that you can fall unconscious. And now, if you fall unconscious, your ego is dominating you now. Unfortunately, now, it's the same thing as my biological father. Unfortunately, she knocked me out cold. That what happened was I started to go this way. I started to do this. And then I straight away reacted. I reacted, and the bike went on the floor, and I just turned around and I just fucking kneed her. Apparently fucking 50 Samoa people fucking ran at me. Apparently they're all fucking egotistical. You have to see them. Apparently they're fucking more egotistical than I am. Because it's 50 on 1. I mean 50 Samoa people and Aboriginal people and black people fucking running my way to kill me, bro. And woman. Apparently now the police jumped in. Apparently the police was there. Apparently now I got saved by the police because I probably would have died. Understand? So no matter what, the police saved the day in my life. I understand that is another situation where I became much more. So no matter what, in Cairns, I got jumped by 3v1 and that Aboriginal woman hit me and 50 Samoan, Aboriginal and black people were fucking running at me to kill me because a woman hit me. You understand? So no matter what, let it be. And you have to understand that no matter what, that in that situation I brought that knife on the streets in Cairns and I could have fucking killed that guy if I was negative. You understand? So never do that. I mean, never bring a knife on the streets with you. I mean, it's a butcher knife. I had a butcher knife with me. And you understand? So if you're negative, negative people who have these type of episodes, I'm not negative now. I understand it's really that I went and tested something to see how it is. And now I see how that is. I mean, do not bring a gun or anything of a weapon in your backpack with you anywhere because you never know that somebody can knock you unconscious like that woman did to me. That woman knocked me unconscious. I could have fucking reached for the actual bag and fucking shot her in the head really quickly. You understand? Because what did I do? I was knocked unconscious. I was knocked unconscious before. You have to understand that when I say it that way, I am now. I'm always now. Now. I was knocked unconscious before. And within 1 second, I turned around and fucking hit her. I just hit her. I mean, I just reacted. And that's what happens when you have a gun and also a bag with you also. You just fucking reach for the pellet. And boom, you smash the person with the pellet. Understand? And then you go to jail for the rest of your life. You never kill people. You never smash people with the pellet. Understand? So no matter what, you just understand. You never reach for the pellets. You never reach for the pellet. You understand that it's really quick. I mean, 1 second. I mean, I can punch you right now. And then what happens is you fall unconscious. And now when you fall unconscious, you are now your egotistical mind. I mean, you're no longer that person you are. You're demonized now. You're demonized. And you look for anything to fucking hit this person and do something to them. And now your ego reaches for the best aspect. And now, I mean, for the best aspect, I mean, if you have a knife with you, you grab the knife quickly and fucking boom. I mean, it's that quick. I mean, that person can die in 1 second. And also, you can reach for the gun really quickly because it's not you. I mean, it's not you, because you have to understand that when she hit me, I was so knocked unconscious. I mean, I was up. I mean, I wasn't knocked out. I wasn't on the floor and like this. I mean, she just hit me and knocked me unconscious out of nowhere. You understand? I'm not unconscious, although understand that it really happened quickly, and I understand what happened now. I didn't see it coming. I didn't see the hit coming. I didn't expect it in the first place. I now expect people to hit me. I expect it now. I totally expect somebody to just fucking hit me right now, because I understand that it happened. I didn't expect it before. I just went close to her. I trusted her completely with my bike, and I was just going to my hostel, and then she just went boom. I mean, what? I mean, I just went whoa like this, and I just fucking went, you bitch. I went to hit her. Understand? Although it's not a funny situation. I understand it's not a funny situation. I'm not laughing at anybody. You have to understand. I realize it's that quick. I realize it's so quick that you have to understand that if I had a knife or gun there, I realize it's really easy to pick it up and just shoot her in the face. You have to understand. I promise you. I promise you, it's that one split second. You understand? That makes all the difference. I promise you, it's 1 second. I mean, live or die. Understand? So understand that the police is right there too. I mean, if I had that knife in the bag or something, I don't know, you have to understand that you never know what's going to happen. You can get fucking so hit and become unconscious. So I realize you don't even understand that it's you. I mean, now, I realize that it's not you when you're unconscious. You are the awareness. You're the consciousness. You're not the unconscious. You're aware of what you do. I had no self-control. I had no self-control to even back away from her. I mean, she's a woman. I mean, she's not going to hurt me. Now, she just knocked me unconscious. Now, what a facade. I'm honest. You understand? Now, the other people, the 50 Samoa and Aboriginal people and black people, I don't know what they are. They're just black people. You understand? You understand that they just fucking just ran at me. I mean, they're just unconscious too. I mean, they're conscious people. I mean, they're egotistical. And that's why I stay away from nightlife, because 50 of them. You understand, woman? You understand that no matter what, you can now see what unconsciousness is. I promise you that somebody can fucking hit you and you just react. I mean, it's a fast reaction. You just react quickly. You get the gun and then you can shoot them. And you can also kill them with a knife. I mean, it's a quick reaction. I realize it's like automatic. I mean, if they say something, if they say one word, you just shoot them and you kill them. It's just a reaction like that. Now, you don't kill anybody. You understand? So understand that you can't fall into unconsciousness when somebody is just out of nowhere hits you, and you have to understand that it's really that I also had a car accident, although that's different. I understand that actually woke me up. I'm pretty sure that woke me up. And now, I'm pretty sure that it's really that you can fall into unconsciousness even though you don't not get knocked out totally. You understand? So just be careful, guys, and do not bring knives, and understand that if somebody attacks you, run away as quickly as possible. And if you cannot run away, then get the crowbar or some shit. Get something and fight them off. And go to the people. Understand? Go to the people as fast as possible. Do not even go towards the 3 or 10 or 50 of them who are attacking you, because it's never fair. You have to understand that. That is never fair. But actually, now, I had another situation when Nelly was singing. Nelly, who is singing all these songs in terms of the rapper. And now, I was over there, and I understand that I was just doing mine. And now, I'm there just looking for a woman or whatever. Understand? I'm looking for a woman, or better. Well, I'm not looking for a woman now. I was just looking for some woman and all this. And now, no matter what, I realized that I was doing I. And now, 8 Samoa people attack me. They just attacked me. And now, no matter what, I never fall back. I never fall back in this moment. I never fall back at all. I never fall back. And now, why? Because I understand that I have Jesus in my life at that point, and I understand that Jesus said, "Do not fight back," and I just didn't fight back. I mean, these guys were pushing me over here and really violent with me. I'm like, "What's going on? I mean, why are you doing this? Why are you doing this?" And then one guy just went like this, and it was like slow motion, and he just landed right here. And I promise you that he didn't break my nose, although he just landed there. And it's really how I just do this. I promise you just like, you understand? I promise you that his fist was just like this, touching my nose. And that's that. From that point, I don't know what happened. I don't know. I mean, the guy stopped. I mean, the guy didn't totally hit me. I mean, the guy woke up somehow that I'm good or something. I'm good. I'm good. Although, I mean, they didn't follow through with the hit. You understand? So what happened was I seen the punch, and I was looking at it like this. And as I was looking at the punch, and the punch is coming at me like this, and then he just stops it. And I'm like, why'd you stop? I mean, even better that he stopped, because I understand now how it goes. And then I started walking around. Gosh, I see all these people just do not like me, so I just left. I then see Nelly, in terms of the singer, on the Sunrise show here in the news, and he says, I understand that some guy left and didn't even get to see me. Whereas that he spoke about me, in terms of because I left. I didn't even watch him. I left because of the show. I mean, not because of him. I mean, because of the people around there. I mean, they're so egotistical. You understand? Because they're giving me such a hard time. So I just left. I was alone. And no matter what, you just do that. I mean, when they're giving you a hard time in life, and when they're violent with you, you just leave. You walk away. Whereas the best aspects in life is make sure that no matter what, you make them listen to silence. Now, with my biological dad, the difference is that I made him be awake into the silence. So that means that I didn't show up in front of his face, and I silently left my car, which is his car, which is my biological dad's car, in the paddock of the parking just in the front of my porch here. And no matter what, I promise you, he didn't have me in his space of mind, although the silence is there. And the silence speaks loud that I didn't say anything about me leaving the car there. So that's the silence in that. And now he just sees the car and just goes. Now the silence in that is God. And now God's speaking to him really quickly. You understand? I promise you now, the work of God is the silence around you. And every time you listen to silence, you learn something. So realize that God's teaching everything here in silence. And the silence around you is called the present moment. So the more you listen to the present moment, the more you're in the silence. So listen to the silence around you. And that's the only way to get into the present moment. You see? You can see yourself dropping into the moment. You can see the present awareness. You drop into the moment and listen to silence. You see the present moment? The present moment is called silence. You see? And now, use this nice, beautiful technique to always use it. Use it everywhere. Use it at any time. You use it while you sleep. You just listen to silence as you sleep. I mean, God's going to rest you. I mean, God says you are beautiful. You need to do more. I can hear God too. You can now do it better than before. Now, no matter what, I can hear God in the silence. You have to understand. You listen to the silence. No matter what, the silence is everywhere. And now, you have this nice, beautiful pattern right now. And please, 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 defend yourself at all possibility to make sure that you do not even get scratched. I mean, make sure that you do not get scratched. And now suss the area out and suss it completely to see what you can and cannot do. Understand? You just make sure you don't have a gun on you ever, and don't have a knife on you ever. I mean, don't use it. I mean, just use a plastic knife and plastic cutlery, and that's that. and make sure that no matter what, that you just use that to eat, and it's the best. Approaching now, no matter what, approaching the best aspect is make sure that you leave people in silence, as I did with my biological father. You have to understand that he became so independent in the silence of everything. And now he's actually learning much more about being happier, and that's that. Although, just make sure that they go first this time. I mean, get your ass up. I mean, when your biological mother or father or family say, you can use the car now, and that they have to go. I mean, just get up and go, and you say, I have to go now, you just go. And make sure you don't wait. You understand? Because otherwise, you follow a consequence, or you put a consequence on yourself and say that if I don't go now, you can see that your biological dad or mother is going to say this, and they're going to go, and you have to understand it's really that they will get angry at you. And then you just make sure you let them go first. Make sure you let them go first, because that way, or else what's going to happen is, or else they're going to be happier. Understand? So use the car as soon as possible. I mean, use your car. I mean, use what you have here as soon as possible. I mean, just let them go first, please. And make sure you convince them. I mean, raise your voice to convince them to go first. I mean, just go then. I mean, just go and walk it then. I mean, stop being a bitch. I mean, stop being a bitch and just walk it. I mean, go for a little walk. I mean, go for some exercise. I mean, Uber it back or something. I mean, go and take the Uber. I mean, go and use the Uber. I mean, you don't take anything. You just go and give some money for the Uber. And that way, you're doing it for you, for something greater. You have to understand that it's much better to do so. When you got some money, you use the Uber. I mean, it's $5 there and $5 back, and that's that. In a sense, so no matter what, you use the Uber, you don't have to walk it there. You can use the Uber. I mean, that's a smarter way to do. In a sense, so use a taxi or something. I use Uber. So instead of you walking there 30 minutes and into your accommodation for another 30 minutes, right? I mean, instead of giving 1 hour, to understand that no matter what, you give time, you give effort and everything, although just make sure that you're using your time wiser, because the Uber is going to get you there in 10 minutes rather than 30 minutes. So no matter what, I mean, it's better to go for Uber, that's 10 minutes in total of driving, than to walk 1 hour. So save 50 minutes of your time by giving $8. Understand? So learn that. And what else? I mean, just make sure that you run in front of people at all times. I mean, be in front of people. I mean, be in front of everything. Be first in life, and make sure no matter what that others don't attack you. I mean, make sure that you run for it if they attack you, and make sure that no matter what, they understand that violence is never the solution. So what you can do is run towards people first off, because why would you fight? I mean, just go and be sure of yourself in a way that you don't have to fight in the first place, and you don't have to hurt people. I mean, just be that kind of person and just run towards people and just say help, and just say, I need your help, I need your help. And it's much better that way. I mean, you don't look like a chicken. You don't look like a sore loser. Understand? I promise you now, it's much better to do that than to get hurt and to fight 3 people. I mean, you might get bashed. You have to understand that this way, you'll be in front of people, and you'll see that if they don't defend you in front of the fight, you then fucking fight. You then fucking fight. Because what kind of fucking people are they then? I mean, you just go in front of people. You're not scared. You just go in front of people. I mean, let's go see their reaction. And what are they going to do in front of people? I mean, if you've got 20 people sitting in a cafe or restaurant, I mean, just run in the restaurant and let's have a look at what they're going to do. I mean, what are they fucking going to do? I mean, they're going to run into a restaurant to hit you? I mean, how stupid are they? I mean, if they do that, I mean, you start fucking fighting in the restaurant. You start getting the glasses. I mean, you get the glasses. I promise you now, you be careful here. You watch out. You watch out. Although, you watch out. You can get the glasses to fucking throw it at them. Although, be careful. You have to understand that it's really, you get something like a chair or some shit. I mean, go and get glass because it can break. Then you have to understand, you don't use glasses, you don't use plates, you don't use metal cutlery. You just fucking use a chair. I mean, fucking get a chair and bump it at their fucking head. You understand? So realize that. You understand? I mean, get a guitar and fucking chop it on the head. You understand? So no matter what, you understand that. You have to understand that no matter what, that wood will never kill you. Although it can. I promise you, wood can kill you too. You have to understand that it's also, just make sure also, they understand that no matter what happens, I mean, call for help. And if they don't fucking help you, I mean, fucking get the tables and fucking trash the place. Trash the place. I mean, why not? I mean, just make them chase you all over the restaurant then. I mean, just fucking trash everything. You understand? I mean, that's even better. I mean, chuck the rubbish bin at them. I mean, get the rubbish bin here. I mean, fucking throw the rubbish bin at them. I mean, whatever happens. You understand? Because they're not helping you, so you may as well do something to save your life. You understand? So make it funny in the process, although be honest with yourself. You understand? I mean, that's that. I mean, just make sure that no matter what, you're smarter as a human being. And I'm having a nice, beautiful time talking here. And you have to understand, it's really that you just understand yourself. And no matter what, you just don't talk in past tense. You don't talk in past tense. You do what you can and live your life to the best of your ability. You understand? Then no matter what, you guys now understand that you just go and enjoy. And I'll see you guys in the next video.